Facebook, failed on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Failed on Twitch. I don't get. Hey, YouTube friends. Hopefully you can see me. Now I'm live on both Twitch and Facebook. Trying to come back as soon as possible. Hopefully things. The Church Digital 12-hour. I just got the push notification on YouTube. In an ideal world, I'm not the guy handling the tech. By the way, Joe Carrillo, if you are still watching this stream, God bless you. Come home. You don't live in Miami, but would love for you to come in and be my IT guy managing this stuff towards that. All right, so I'm getting notifications that I'm streaming on both of those platforms, Twitch and YouTube. I'm not seeing it just quite yet. And so if anybody is out there watching, give me a confirmation offline, and let me do that there. Okay, so I'm seeing it on Twitch, and I'm seeing it on YouTube. But I'm not seeing it on YouTube yet. Is anybody watching on YouTube? It's eerily quiet. Too quiet. Be careful, it's a trap. I'm channeling my inner Star Wars with that. The nuance was probably lost on people. I get kind of cranky when technology doesn't work. And when I've been doing this for 9 hours and technology decides to fail twice in an hour. We were so good, technology and I, and at the last minute, it's decided to be an issue. Livestream offline. Why is it offline? All right, I'm gonna do one more time. Yeah, got you. Good one. Yeah, I see that. Akbar. I appreciate that. Twitch, I needed a joke. I needed a laugh, and you gave it to me. And I'm seeing it now on YouTube. We are back. All right, so before I bring my next guest on, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna, like, camera, you, me, right here. Okay, let's just have a conversation. My internet needs help. I literally have 2 different internet service providers coming into this house at the same time. I'm not going to mention any names, T-Mobile and Comcast Xfinity. 2 coming in. I can't even get stable internet. Here's the problem. Is Jeff, get fiber. Fiber literally stops like half a mile away from my house. I'm literally on the wrong side of the road. And I can't get it, like stability. And the problem is that Miami exists, really, honestly, all of South Florida exists on coral rock. And they can't dig in coral rock. And so they can't trench. And so everything has to be above ground. And fiber is not there. And so, hey, if y'all want to, like, give to the Church Digital, give to the Church Digital at thechurch.digital/give, make a donation there. And just like you can write in the comments, Jeff's internet fund, that'd be awesome. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. I don't even think you can type in the comments there to do that. So good. Well, with the hiccup, we're a little backed up on the internet wise. And so, John Pyle, give me a couple minutes if you can, sir. Put in, are you okay time wise, John, before I bring you on? I've got my other guy that I'm supposed to bring on came on as well. Tall, skinny Kiwi. So are you okay time wise if we went a little long, John Pyle? You know what? Yeah, this will be even more fun. Forget it. We're gonna do this. So you know what? We're gonna let you behind the curtain here a little bit. Yeah. I'm gonna push the magic button right here, and let's just go crazy through this. All right. So we're gonna bring on all 3 of you at the same time. This is like the mashup. Okay. Sometimes things work where it's like, hey, you know what? It's strategically aligned where all these people have the same like philosophy, and it's gonna be great. This is not that part of the show. This part of the show is okay. We're really bringing in some different schools of thoughts and philosophies, and we're going to see what's going to happen as a result of it. So first off, I want to bring into the conversation tall, skinny Kiwi in the middle of your screen, Andrew. And so, Andrew, thanks for jumping on here. What time is it in Australia?
It's almost 11 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday morning.
Happy Wednesday. How's Wednesday working out for you so far?
It's great. You should try it.
Is that a literal elephant I'm hearing in the background?
That is not from me. I am not at the zoo.
Awesome.
My
Okay.
son just put on Wakanda Forever right before we were about to leave. And I was like, oh no, turn it down.
That's
I
awesome.
don't want the sounds of Australia, elephants and
It's so funny because what tall skinny Kiwi works in virtual reality. So I'm like, are you taking us on a safari right now? Like, where are we going? Hearing
Oh,
this when
well,
I'm hearing this
I
elephant.
do have a safari, and it
I
does have
know.
elephants.
That's what I'm like. I'm not seeing safari on the screen. This is gonna be so cool, but it's Wakanda, Wakanda forever. You know, whatever the.
Hey, I'm trying to share my
uh,
screen,
yeah, I got
and
you.
I've
We're
got it
gonna go
here.
ahead. I'm gonna. I think I can do this. Oh, here. No, I got to do this. Give me 1 second. And so now if I do this, hopefully it's going to work. Hey, and so tall skinny Kiwi in the upper right hand corner, and then John Pyle. This is where it gets weird. I've got a virtual reality guy who's been doing digital ministry for like 25 plus years, decades, who lives in Australia right now, and I got John Pyle, a pastoral care hybrid pastor in Houston. And so, like, normally these two conversations aren't going to happen at the same time, which makes this even more interesting. So, let me lean into you, tall, skinny Kiwi. You do suddenly seminary? Like, okay,
Yeah.
first off, I want the short version. When put a date on it, at least a year. When did you really start doing digital ministry?
Um, my first website was in 1997. It was Andrew's Tea Salon on GeoCities.
Uh-huh. Geos. Any of you around that remember GeoCities? That's a freaking throwback. I love that. And so, it's not that common when I can sit down and have a conversation with somebody about digital ministry. I'm like, dude, the first online community I built was in the year 2000. And he's like, dude, 97. I got you. Stop trying to up me. I own you. And so, man, Andrew, tall skinny Kiwi has been that. He's incredibly tall. Evidently, he's skinny, and he lives in Australia. That's the tall skinny Kiwi. But and then John Pyle is a perennial friend, and looking forward to this. But talk to me a little bit about Suddenly Seminary, Kiwi.
Yeah.
What are you doing these days?
Oh, well, most recently we created a lounge for the Lausanne event, and hopefully we'll have time. In fact, I can just take you there and show you. But you asked about how suddenly seminary got going. I was inspired by the Church of Fools in the year 2004, and this is actually opening day. Um, they were getting 7,000 or more a day, and so most of us were invisible, like ghosts. And because nobody could see me, I actually took the pulpit. And that actually is the Bishop of London next to me. And I just love this because what I wanted was a space where I could just meet with my friends. And and so I asked the leaders, can I have something like this? And they said, why don't you go to Habbo Hotel? And so
Hmm.
I did. And so in Habbo, we started doing weekly training and teaching, and then sometimes we would do like a chapel service. So this was our first one, a bit more than 20 years ago. It had about 12 different spaces that you could go into. 24/7 prayer, had a little prayer room. And this was very similar to the kind of worship we were doing in real life. we would be doing multimedia worship installations and labyrinths that were essentially journeys through churches, no stages. And so it was just a natural fit, I suppose. And so, we used Habbo for a long time, and it was a good space. Once we had Brian McLaren coming, this is funny, and he couldn't get himself in. But we were going to discuss his book on hell, and so I actually created a little virtual hell that we did it without him. And
You invited,
yeah,
let's just, for clarity, you invited Brian McLaren to hell, but he wasn't able to show up.
yeah, we called it
Okay.
we called it Brian's hell.
Brian's hell. Welcome to Brian's hell. Oh my God.
It's probably still there somewhere. So this is Habbo. These are some of the churches in Habbo about 15 years ago. It's an interesting photo because on the left you can see the Catholic churches that are all speaking Portuguese and Spanish and Italian and very feminine. And then on the right you can see some of the evangelical Protestant churches that really looked a lot more boring and organized. But I didn't want to do a church. I wanted to do a training for ministry leaders. And so essentially it was just an extension to what I was already doing. This is just one of our many rooms where we're having a chat, and they break out into song. And then we would have people come in to talk about their books and other things. This is the 24/7 prayer room that they made. That's my
Yeah.
daughter in the middle. She would have been about 10 or 11 years old at the time.
Oh.
But anyway, that was Suddenly Seminary. What are we doing now? As I said, we just did the Lausanne Lounge. It was more like 8 or
Yeah.
9, to be honest. And this was the main lounge where people would spawn into. And there were portals here, including the Safari portal, which I mentioned. Different lounges, different video walls, and the highlight was actually going to visit the Church.digital in the Digital Discovery Center, which, as you know, because you were in Korea, there were 40 of them, and we did the same 40 in 2 different buildings. So this is the south version where you are. Just give me a second. There we go. And all right. And let's go find the Church.digital. I know where it is. Oh, and there you are.
Yeah, I've
Simply
never
put,
looked prettier.
The Church
Oh my
Digital
gosh,
is
get
a
that
digital
off.
mission
Get that off.
sending.
Nobody
I know
wants to
that
hear that guy. Oh my
I
gosh.
know that
Hey,
guy.
man, listen, I want to tell this story right here. John, check this out. So he set this up for Lausanne, and Lausanne's promoting it, whatever. I get this call. I get a message from this guy named Tariq. Tariq's in Pakistan. And so I jump on this Zoom call with him and start talking about the way that this guy who lives in Pakistan has this vision for using TikTok to engage with people in Pakistan. And he's starting to ask questions about community, discipleship digitally. Like he's understanding evangelism, but looking for deeper aspects of this in Pakistan. Have I said Pakistan? Pakistan. And I'm like, you know what? You should do our Equipping Digital Missionary course. He's doing it right now. He was on the stream earlier this morning with Jason Morris, JMO. He found us strolling around a freaking virtual reality thing, clicking on my video deal, writes it down, and follows up and connects with us in this. And it blows my mind when people are like, oh, nobody's in the metaverse. There's enough people in the metaverse to make it worthwhile. And we're building the bridges today to pave the roads for tomorrow. Like to be able to get into the space and do this, to empower the things that Kiwi's doing and beyond. Like this is mind blowing towards this. Kiwi, how did we meet? Like it's so funny. You're of course it's Kiwi. It's funny. I saw you for the first time on a Zoom call 2 months ago, but I swear I've known you for like a decade, just as tall, skinny Kiwi on like Twitter and Discord and Facebook Messenger. Like, it was funny. It took me years to figure out that Andrew Jones and Tall Skinny Key was like the same person. And when I put that together, it's like, oh my gosh, this world even gets more crazy. How did you get connected with us?
It was, I don't know, I don't remember, but I was involved in a gathering on Zoom or something that you guys had organized, and a bunch of people were there, and I jumped in as well.
Awesome.
The guy from Roblox was there, and some others. It would have been 18 months ago. It was a big event, and it was a good chance for me to meet other people that were doing 3D virtual reality stuff.
Oh, we go further back than 18 months.
Well,
There's got to be.
we have similar connections to Leadership Network, who I used to be with 20 years ago or more,
Yeah.
25 years ago.
Very, very cool. So, huh. Let me ask this question. You were involved with digital ministry, I mean, for decades, 20, 25, 30, 27. I mean, that's almost 30-year anniversary coming up, bro.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, what problem, in your opinion, what problem does the church digital solve?
Well, for me, I really needed some expertise, especially recently, to do some things that I've never done before. And for me, it was helpful to draw into a pool of people that had skills and experiences that I lacked. And I could get advice. I could discuss the philosophy of doing certain things. And then I could actually have some people with practical skills that could jump in and help me out.
Hmm.
So the network creates a large pool of resources that are helpful for us all.
Yeah, and that's really is it. For I mean, one of the things is to provide that network of relational equity, gathering people together
Mm.
who think like this for encouragement, for the ability to resource. I remember, there have been several times you're like, hey, I'm looking for a builder in this or somebody to do this, and like oh, you need to talk to this guy, you need to do this. Oh, he's busy. Let me see if I can get in that back and forth towards that. Um, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that didn't exist. Like we were,
Yeah.
hacking at this thing away. And now, like there's crazy ideas, like there's crazy people like you and me. There's a lot more of them. And so now it's like, oh yeah, have you met this guy? And have you met that? And so that's really good.
Yeah.
Why should people, let me just ask, why do you think people should resource the church digital?
Um, it's not easy to get funds because a lot of people don't really see the value in digital. And yet it's the way people are meeting these days, the way they first meet each other, the way they get to know each other, the way that relationships happen over a long period of time. And certainly the gospel is presented. People are trained. I have people turning up from all over the world, which we couldn't do physically. And if we did do it physically, it would be very expensive to buy lots of plane tickets. So it just has so much potential. All the things that we are doing. I mean, uh, okay, people don't realize this, but when we're looking at the Lausanne Virtual Lounge, people could communicate using AI in 70 languages and dialects
Yeah.
through the tech chat. I mean, it would just come out in English if you weren't comfortable. And so there are things that we can do that you just can't even do in the physical realm. Uh, let's talk about security. I mean, I met a Chinese pastor who has his church also in spatial. If you're in spatial, nobody can get in. There, nobody can sneak in or watch or spy on you. It is completely secure. So for closed countries, there's just massive opportunity, and yet there's still need for us to figure out the best ways to use these new technologies, which I don't think we've done yet.
So good, my friend. So good. This has been a pleasure. We're running a little late on time today, but tall, skinny Kiwi, Andrew Jones, sir. Thank you for spending a little time. 15 hours in
Question.
advance. Oh my gosh, I didn't even do this. I should have. I fail as a host. I should have. My apologies. The gentleman from Houston. In any conversation you'd like with Australia?
San Antonio, but welcome.
Dang it.
Speaking of locations, This is the chaos portion of the live stream, Jeff. For all of the people that are watching this 12-hour live stream, we're getting to the chaotic portion where things are smashing together. Isn't Kiwi New Zealand? Isn't a person that's a Kiwi a New Zealander?
Yes, I actually do live in New Zealand, and I was born in New Zealand, but my family moved to Australia. So I actually go between the two, which is confusing. But you're right. Kiwi is a bird, a New Zealander, and a fruit.
Yeah. I think that's one of those things where I was taught don't mess up people from Australia and New Zealand, don't mess up people from Finland and Sweden. And those were two big ones that I learned growing up. Is that true? Or are Australians and New Zealanders really cool about getting mixed up?
Oh, well, I'm already mixed up because I've lived in both countries for a long time. But no, we don't take it all too seriously. We're both down under, but there are Aussies and there are Kiwis.
That is lovely. What you showed us was so stinking cool. I loved it. I don't play in that world very much, but I think it's so cool. So thank you for sharing that.
Oh, you're welcome. I really loved having a safari because when I was in Cape Town for Lausanne 3 about 14 years ago, they actually did offer a real safari. And I asked permission because I had just met some other designers who had created an African safari. And I'm like, can we do this? And it was such a cool thing to do. And to really to show what could be done using VR and 3D spaces, not just a meeting room to show some videos, but actually go out and have a bit of fun and ride on a giant ant or a magic carpet or something. So I'm glad they let me do it because for me it was the highlight.
Yeah. And you're still involved with Lausanne, doing some work with them moving forward, and excited to see what comes from that. By the way, thank you for the support of the Church Digital and integrating stuff like that into the experience. I can tell you, I've had maybe 8 conversations directly with people that have paid off of that virtual experience. We had, I'm trying to think. There were, I think it was 21,000 viewers of Lausanne digitally, and that's the live stream experience as well as the virtual experience. And,
Wow.
and so, like, you were a big part. I don't know. It's funny. I don't. I never told you that stat. I don't know. Hopefully, Lausanne told you that. We were, through one of my other relationships, we were helping Lausanne broadcast. Actually, Paul Martel, the former CEO of Resi, the company that was helping with the stream, Paul Martel was actually in Lausanne handling the live stream in Korea. He keeps texting me. He's like blowing me up right now, wanting something. It's funny. Like if we were not doing a 12-hour live stream, my phone would be dead quiet, and like I would have peace and quiet all day long working. But as long as, hey, you know what, I can't address my phone right now, that's when everybody decides they want to blow up and talk. So
He wants to
very
get on the
cool.
live stream.
He does, and he should have. I probably should have. It would have been. He's doing this thing now. I don't want to talk about it because we're going to. I'll bring him on at some point. But he's doing some stuff. Let me just say it this way. He and his partner Colin sold Resi at a premier value to PushPay, and they just got out of contract with PushPay, and he's doing some really fascinating things at the global church level. Like, I'm talking international collaboration, cooperation towards it. I don't know how much of it he can actually talk about publicly yet, but I got a sneak peek of it, and man, it's an exciting season. There was a time where I don't really want to have this conversation. I do. There was a time where, I would look at the U.S. church, and I was like, man, we've got so much potential to go out there and to change the world. And that was a very closed-headed view, in my opinion. What I'm actually looking at this point in 2024 is, oh my gosh, we have so many opportunities to learn and so many lessons that we can pull from the global church. Like, and it's interesting. I mentioned earlier, some of the largest churches are in Korea. Some of the smallest churches on the planet are in India. Different models. Like, it's not. it's not for us to say what's right or what's not. It's not our That's not our call. If anything, there's opportunities for us to learn from both approaches: physical, digital, house ministries, house churches, workplace ministries, like across the board. Like it's much more about. This is what I love about Lausanne. It's much more about collaboration, working together, friends on mission, rather than fighting and trying to build our own kingdom. And instead we should be working on the global kingdom, God's kingdom.
Amen.
It's the castle over, it's kingdom over castle mentality, thinking about the kingdom instead of building your place on that. I could go for the remaining 3.5 hours just on kind of that deal. I don't want to do that. But Tall Skinny Kiwi, thank you so much for jumping on this stream and being a part of it. I'm going to segue over because I want to have a conversation with my friend John Pyle. But sir, it was great to talk with you. Have a great Wednesday. Okay.
Thank you for having me.
So cool to meet you.
Yes. Awesome.
Love that.
Hey, I'm going to
Love
push a
that,
button
dude.
and try to get you on. And I got to do this again. My fault. Give me 1 second.
That's okay.
Where did it go? Oh, there you are. I didn't click the mouse. There you are. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Like I said, I feel like this is the part of SNL, like the back 15 minutes where they're putting some of the crazier sketches. That's where I get that SNL like fun time.
Awesome. It's been oh my gosh, yeah. It's been a long day. I think this is my sixth or seventh cup of coffee. Throwing it
You're an
down.
Iron Man. I've been
Yeah,
popping in here and there just checking it out, and it's been so cool. It's got a great vibe.
yeah. It's been. I will want to do this. This is the longest I've ever streamed. I will want to do
Yeah.
this more. Maybe not 12 hours in a day more. Maybe do that maybe once a year. But it's been, just from a 40,000 foot view, to hear the different views, perspectives. Honestly, to get you and Tall Skinny Kiwi, honest to God, I would never put the two of you together and just start to even, picture that together. It's beautiful. I meant to ask you, let me get his perspective.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about this? And I suck at life, but
No, you
man,
don't,
that
man.
was so good.
You've been live streaming for a long time, bro. Over 8 hours. So that's hard. Also, you might have been doing the basketball team because he's tall and I'm pretty tall too. So I think we really could have put something together there. Don't know if he's
Yeah,
good at basketball, but
I don't know either. And up front, I always and I've been on the record for this half a dozen times. I can never remember if you're Houston or San Antonio. I
yeah,
actually,
dude.
confession hour, I don't actually know the difference between those two cities. Like it's been I spent 9 years in Dallas, Fort Worth. I spent 5 years in Austin. All I know is Houston and San Antonio is south of all of those, south somewhere, and so it all kind of blends together into one into one massive state of Texas. So anyway,
I think
thanks
that's
for jumping on.
fair. I think that's fair. Houston and San Antonio are a little bit different. With San Antonio, it's remember the Alamo. That's just
Yeah,
how you remember San Antonio. We're the Alamo.
and Houston's traffic, that I know.
Traffic and delicious food. Although there's
Isn't that
delicious food in San
food?
Antonio. Houston has such a diverse population that it's
Okay.
like I think it has the most languages spoken in any city in the United States. Even more than New York, I think.
Hmm.
Um,
I'd
uh,
I'd throw Miami in
don't
that
quote
mix,
me
but
on
it's
that.
okay. We'll let you pretend.
Don't quote me on that.
I
Don't
won't.
quote me. But
I'm not. Hey, Whitebeard, fact check him. I have no idea if Whitebeard's watching, but if
yeah,
Whitebeard was, he would be fact checking that right now. Anyway, go ahead,
they
please.
have an insane amount of culture there. But San Antonio's great. It's Alamo. It's South Texas. It's beautiful. It's breakfast tacos.
Awesome. Let's. Oh, so this actually works out very well. My next guest actually texted me when a couple minutes ago that he wants to bump to 7 p.m. Eastern, and so I actually have some time to kill in a full slot. Are you good time wise? Can we talk for a while?
Yeah, I probably have like a few minutes and I can jump back on, or we can go virtual and I can jump on my phone. I just got to drop a kid off somewhere.
What do you got? You got 5 minutes? You got to go.
Give me 10. I can do 10.
All right. Let's do 10. You're out the door in 10 minutes. It's digital. Like we got to live towards this. So you are you're pastoral care, and you're a former digital pastor. Like I
Yes.
know you and I've had this conversation different times, but your shtick, you do what's beyond? Oh my gosh, I just blanking. Better on the Inside podcast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Towards that, I started to say behind the helmet, and I was like, that is not your podcast. That's a completely different thing.
That would be really
Um,
cool though.
it'd be nice if you had the funding of that, but no.
Yeah.
So, better on the inside. You talk about pastoral care in a caring for the soul in a digital age. Man, I just would love some insight behind that. How are we? How can we be better on the inside in this age of digital pandemonium chaos? Like,
Mm.
is digital bad? Is it digital good? How are we feeling with all this?
Yeah, nothing is inherently bad or inherently good, right? Digital is just a tool, and digital really, and you've talked about this before, El Jefe, is really an unfortunate name because it describes so many things. Like digital includes the text messages you get, it includes your security camera system and virtual reality and augmented reality, and there's so much under the banner of digital. But to me, it's just a tool. To me, digital is like the Roman road. It would be like arguing, are paved roads bad? Like if we were live streaming in the 2,000 years ago, we'd be like, I don't know about these Roman roads, Jeff. They let in barbarians and all these other kinds of things, right? And so
Yeah.
to me, digital is just a technology piece that's all in how you wield it. And I think there's a way to wield digital that can be soul giving and soul affirming. And anybody on this stream has experienced it. If you're tracking with the church digital, unless you have a whole audience of haters and hecklers, but if you're tracking with the church digital, you've probably had an experience online that has been profound and been incredible and has filled your heart in a way that you never could have before. Even as far as say, like with the Holy Spirit, right? You were talking before with people of like, isn't it better that Jesus said, it's better that I go away, right?
Yeah.
Because that location kind of piece. And so I don't think digital is either bad or good. It's how we wield it, and how to wield it in a soul positive way is the question that I think is what I ask.
Wow. That's so good. It's funny. I'm feeling the vibe, the mode. I realized my iTunes stopped playing again for some reason. It should be repeating, but it's not. And it's like, man, I need to like relax. I need to bake in. Like you bring that out of me, And so,
Yeah.
just kind of setting the mode here with the music. But so my wife, I love my family. My wife just brought me Starbucks. So
Let's
God bless.
go.
Yeah, I'm on my seventh cup of this, and I just
Yeah.
got a venti iced coffee with sugar-free vanilla, and my
Shout out to
family
La Jefita. La Jefita is coming
office.
through.
Yeah, La Jefita. Oh my
If you're
gosh.
El Jefe, she's La Jefita.
So I don't know that I've told you this. My name is my name. I met my parents on earlier. They named me this, but so they named me Jeffrey Dale Reed. Jeffrey Dale Reed. And Jeffrey, growing up, Jeffrey Reed. What's your name? Jeff Reed. Jeffrey what? No, Jeff
Yeah.
Reed. And so like it's just very much kind of it flows together, right? And so Jeff Reed is my name, but Dale's my middle. And now Miami kind of grew from being much more Hispanic, let's just say it that way,
Yeah.
in recent years. And so a lot of my friends down here, it's common for me to be El Jefe. So you're joking, El Jefe. I between Miami and Texas,
Yeah.
I've lived my entire life in Hispanic cultures, and so
That's
El
right.
Jefe is that's fine. But when you add my middle name into that, the Spanish version, Dale.
Dale, let's go.
Yes. Yeah. And basically the equivalent of that becomes El Jefe Dale, which is the equivalent of I'm the boss. Do it and do it now, right?
Let's
And so like all of a
go.
sudden it's this domineering El Jefe Dale bossing you around, telling you what to
That's
do.
right.
And so confession hour, number 2 here on the stream, like that was my life for a good portion of that. I don't know that I was better on the inside. I did get my drive from my parents. We've talked about that online and offline, but it's a much more okay. Let's kind of work through this, trying to be a little healthier for me physically and also as a leader coming through that. As a digital pastor, you've experienced like, okay, I'm building this, I'm all alone, organization doesn't understand, I am an island, I'm trying to make a difference, I'm changing culture, I have to do this, and it's just over freaking whelming on top of. How do we I don't know, lo-fi that? Should
Yeah.
we lo-fi that? Like how do we take that a step back? How do we handle that situation?
Yeah, it's so interesting because the digital pastor is probably the most connected and the most lonely kind of pastor that there is. And part of it is that you're connected to this large community that is the world, the globe, even the metaverse now, the virtual world, right? You're not just connected to people, you're connected to avatars and ideas of people and all that. And at the same time in your organization, you're usually kind of put up in a room and left to just kind of figure stuff out because unfortunately for a lot of church leadership teams, your job is to put the sermon online.
Mm-hmm.
Like is the sermon on YouTube? Okay, do we have cool sermon clips? Make me look like Stephen Furtick. And you have a mission that is so much more than that. Every digital pastor that I've talked to that's worth their salt wasn't just there to put up stuff on YouTube. They were there to build a digital community because they saw the possibilities of what digital can do and how digital is real. This isn't like a fake reality somewhere. Like lives truly can change in this space. And I'm sure I've heard people on this live stream tell the stories, on your podcast, everywhere else. Like people have told the stories. Lives change through digital. And so you're a lonely person and yet you're very connected. The digital pastor community is really cool because of stuff like the Church Digital. So there's a lot of people that but they're all somewhere else. They're all in another city. They're all in another across the globe of being like, man, if where pastors kind of used to kind of have the pastor's lunch once a month in town or whatever, where all the pastors in your city get together. And a lot of digital pastors have that practice. They're just getting together virtually, but it can be really lonely because you're out here trying to achieve a mission where maybe you're a little bit alone in the physical realm.
Yeah. I spent at least my church staff years, 15 years off and on. I spent my church staff years really feeling like no one ever understood me. It's funny. The day I stepped out, one of my last meetings was with the operations director of the church that I was at, and she says, "Jeff, I felt like you were," and we were just it was an unhealthy relationship at the end, and she said, "Jeff, I honestly felt like you were fighting every day you worked at this church." And I looked at her and I was like, that's because I was fighting every day of this church. Like there was no, I was countercultural almost from the day that I was hired, and it didn't work, And it was interesting. Like for me, my support system even within the church staff, it was the global missions pastor. And it was the discipleship guy, somebody who understood community and somebody who was used to supporting long distance. They saw value in what I was doing. And when I took the job as a digital pastor, I always thought, oh, the worship guy's going to love me, the executive pastor, all of these things, communications, like it's going to be this great giant group hug and it's going to be great. But it really didn't work that way. Which really kind of changed my worldview, because I was recognizing, hey, the content level, make me look like Furtick, like that's important at connecting, but that's hollow if we only stay at that connection level, and understanding, okay, that's the beginning of the conversation. There's community. If it's
Yeah.
hybrid, I don't know if I've ever told you this stat. 91%, 2024 PushPay State of the Church Tech Report, 91% of churches consider their church hybrid. Did you know that? Have I ever told you that stat? Okay, look at his face right now. 91%, I'm not lying. 91% of churches in America consider their church hybrid. Here's the follow-up stat. 90% of churches that were interviewed are broadcasting their church services online. What does that tell you, my friend?
They think those two things are the same, and they could not be further from the truth. Because if you look, let's just keep it real right now. Everybody, like, listen in on this one. Keep it real. If your lead pastor had his way, every single person would be in the sanctuary, and you would stop streaming live. Like, because to your point, Jeff, that Stephen Furtick clip stuff. Oh, I want to be Mike Todd. Oh, I want to be this, that. That is a really good way to build a castle, not a great way to build a kingdom, or
Yes.
to build the kingdom. It's not. It's just not. And it's all these metrics that, and you want to get me preaching right now. All these metrics that are vanity metrics get online does it on steroids. It does it in the like most efficient and effective way. Well, instead of just having 125 people watch me, I could have 10,000 people watch me. And it's more budgets, right? The thing that, and we could have people give from everywhere. And their conception of what digital is the idea that 91% of churches report that they're hybrid is insane. That could not be further from the truth when most online experiences are crafted to drive people to the room.
Yeah.
To go, hey, guess what? You're missing out on something if you're not watching it in person, versus using and leveraging the tools that you can use digitally. I mean, it would be like, I don't know, if you were pick a dating app, if you were Hinge, or I forget, I don't know. I can't think of any of them right now off the top of my head.
I'm not up on my dating apps. I'm sorry, but keep
Tinder.
going.
There we go.
Tinder.
If you were Tinder and you were like, hey, sign up for Tinder, but you only can come to New York City for the meetup at the restaurant. Like, if that was your way to get people to date, people would laugh you out of the building and nobody would fund your thing. And yet churches are going, hey, we're doing a cool thing, but you don't get to see everything because Pastor Tony only has his, this message on whatever. Sorry to any Pastor Tonys out there. But it's an insane idea that they're hybrid when they're really just streaming. Right? That's what the stat says.
Yeah. Beautiful. Do you have to go? I'll let you go. I'm going to talk about you when you leave.
Do you need me to jump back on later? Because I'm available if you need me to.
You know what? I'll text you if I get stuck, or text me when you're back and available. But we're good. I can.
I'll be on
vamp.
call. Okay. Yeah. Do you remember Johnny? So Johnny Carson in those old talk shows always had like on-call guests in case somebody had to cancel.
Yeah.
And let me be your on-call guest. I'll text you when I get back.
Beautiful. I love it. I'll push the on-call button to get you. That was anyway. Thank you, sir. Love it.
Good to see
Appreciate it, man. I love hanging out with him and talking with my friend John Pyle. I forget how I met John. I think John made a comment in a Facebook group that was like physical churches doing digital ministry in COVID. Somehow I connected with him online, and he did a Facebook post in a group, and I was like, he's saying some really interesting things that are countercultural. Like you saw his response, and I was like, oh, I got to talk to this guy, and I think I had him on the podcast, the Church Digital podcast, to unpack it. And this was it. Like, I had him on the podcast, and he wasn't even done. And I'm like, I want to know this guy more. And so we pivoted, and we're starting a podcast network, the Church Digital Podcast Network, TCD Podcast Network at the time. We had, I don't know, 6 or 7 different shows that were running at different spans on different topics, nuanced topics on digital ministry and digital church. And Better on the Inside was one of those. And Better on the Inside, it's still affiliated, run through the Church Digital. And but we leaned out to him, and it's like, hey, come be part of this network. And he's like, who are you again? And it was so great to build that relationship and to see what it's looking like. I loved his face. I'm going to bring in Flat Cap here into the conversation. But we've got.
I'm watching you people.
Yeah, no, I know that's coming. I'm not seeing her yet.
Okay.
But I'm pausing because I'm trying to figure out. I always have the feeling that some of the stuff that we talk about, because it's so countercultural to the physical church, the ideology, that I'm like, don't say this stuff in your physical church environment because you could get fired. Like I'll give you a perfect example of this, and Flat Cap, you may be able to agree. Like I was on a church staff, and the pastor, and I'm in a room with a bunch of campus pastors. The lead pastor is at the conference table, and so he's at the head of the conference table. It's maybe a dozen people, senior leaders in the church, and the pastor's talking about how he wants to see life change happen, and he sees salvation. Like that's the senior metric. And it's just like that's like the main thing he's looking about. And so he paused for a second, and I raised my hand. I was not the brightest employee. I've talked about this. I was a horrible church staffer. And so he's like, yes. And I'm like, well, I have a question, because, yes, salvations are important, but don't we want to get to the place where they're in community, where we're discipling them, and where they're, even being empowered to start to disciple some other people, and where they're bringing people to Christ? Like, he was actually a big fan of the Rick Warren kind of purpose-driven life baseball diamond. And I was like, you're really, celebrating this idea of singles. And yeah, singles are important, but man, I'd also love it if some people get some doubles or triples, or if we got those singles to actually make it all the way around the base and work together as a team to develop it. Like, aren't we a little misaligned? And this pastor looked at me and gave me like the death stare for a little too long, and it's like, I'm not even going to acknowledge that, and shifted gears into another something else to talk about. And it's funny. It's like a lot of what we're talking about is counter-cultural to what happens in the church. Now, what we're talking about in 2025, it's not for everybody, even at the physical church level.
Exactly.
But it's enough for somebody. And also I was talking about this with my board of directors last night, with the Church.digital board of directors. In 2025, I want 25 physical churches to buy into this idea of hybrid does not mean broadcasting your church services online, but we get to the place where we're mobilizing digital missionaries to be an outpost, and a church is responsible for discipling, mobilizing, and releasing missionaries in physical or digital space. All I want is 25 to a freaking month to come on board and do this.
It's so funny. I was just watching what chat is saying in Twitch, and they were all having the conversation about putting your stream online is not digital. It is not connecting with community, because I can go watch a VOD later. It doesn't matter that it's live. If I'm not in your community, it doesn't matter if it's live. It only matters to the person that's missing church and they're homesick, or they're on vacation and they want to feel like they're there. But if you want to feel like you're part of the community, you need several people who are in the chat, engaging the people that are in there, having conversations as it's going along. You can do that on any platform. I mean, or I should say most platforms, maybe not any platform, but usually there's a feature for engagement. When COVID happened, I realized, I was one of those weird people that had been broadcasting and live streaming 10 years before COVID. So it wasn't new to me, but all of a sudden I realized, oh my goodness, we weren't intentional about reaching people far from the church. We just had it so that people who were at home could jump in, and we made some shifts. I made sure I had a person greeting people. What was really fun was I would pre-record some of the parts of the service. So I would sit in the church while it was being broadcast, just the tech crew and myself, and we'd be there, and I would be chatting in YouTube live while I might be actually on screen. And that was a whole lot of fun, engaging in community and being able to do those things. So yeah, it's
love it. So much potential. Yeah, I know we've got your next person on, and so I'm gonna release you. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go hug my wife and kids. I don't know if you saw Flat Cap. My wife brought me Starbucks, and so nice. It's not the Starbucks barista messed up. It's not sugar-free vanilla. It's vanilla syrup, and I'm a diabetic, and so I took a sip of this thing, and I was like,
no.
And so if anybody wants to swing by the house and pick up a venti Starbucks, that's iced coffee with vanilla syrup, that is incredible, but I'm already not well as a result of it, feel free to come by. Just fly down here to Miami, get some Starbucks. So help me with this. One, I want you to set up your next guest, I'm going to bring her on and exit out. Am I bringing on, just awkwardly, the avatar or both?
Yeah.
Or what am I doing?
Yeah,
just the avatar.
Just bring on the avatar. Yeah, just bring on the avatar.
Cool. So while I'm managing the setup for that, why don't you set up your next guest?
All right. So I'm Watching You People is a great name, by the way. So she's on Twitch with me. She's been in several different communities. She is part of the God's Many Blessings community. So like earlier, I brought Taco on. God's Many Blessings is another group of streamers that are connected together. And she's got some physical limitations. She's got some mobility limitations. And so I invited her on. She's one of my moderators. Ukulele is as well. And moderators are those people that are in your community, hanging out. And like we were just talking about, they greet the people when they come in. And you know what? I love listening to suggestions from people in my community. And she is one that I always am listening to. And so she said, hey, I'd like to have a redeem so that I can pass cookies to people. They're diabetic cookies because you don't actually eat or consume anything. So we can pass you cookies, Jeff, and you can enjoy whatever cookies. She put a randomizer in there. And so now cookies can be passed around when someone comes in, and you just share love by passing them, virtual cookies that you can enjoy. So she can't do maybe everything that every other moderator does with tech limitations and those kinds of things. So I don't expect her to. I just invite her to do the things that she can, how she can. And it's amazing how you can give people the ability to do something, try and experiment. I think that's one of the things I've heard a few people talking about too, that maybe I've been blessed over the years of being in churches that were okay with experimenting and trying things. When I was in physical churches, and when you were talking with John Pyle earlier, I was just thinking about that same kind of thing of if you want to try something digital, don't tell them it's a permanent thing. Say, let's try it for this length of time and assess it. Let's try it for this length of time and assess it. Okay, we're going to go do YouTube and we're going to try it, but we're going to do it this way. We're going to do it for this long, see what impact we have. And then we assess it and we make corrections. I think I started this year. Okay, so I tried doing gaming streams. I thought I was going to go hard this year. I started out in January, 2 days a week. In addition to my normal streams, I did 4 hours a day. On top of that, I shouldn't say a day. It was Monday and Tuesday. So 2 days a week, I did 8 hours of gaming. It just didn't get any traction. Nobody wanted to watch me game. They're like, no, that's not what we don't come to you for watching you game. We don't care about the game you're playing. Oh, you're just picking a game that's an RPG. Yeah, we already know. There's other people doing better. So I tried it for 3 months, gave it a good go, and I said, yeah, that's not working. Let's put that aside and do something else. So I think that's one of the things that, like, cost-wise, to experiment in digital space, it didn't cost me much. It cost me time. Yeah. And now I've got some other things I'm thinking about, and I love people. So when she comes on, she also talked me into doing this, a redeem for Take My Hat Off. So I already have a redeem on my stream, which is you can pick one of the hats behind me and I'll switch hats. So She came up with the redeem for no hat for 5 minutes. And I only let it happen once while I'm on stream. That's it. Doesn't matter how long the stream is. 5 minutes without my hat. She gets all excited. She's like, the good hair, the good hair. And it's like, okay, I will do this for you. I will do this for you. And you know, you do those things and they develop while you're in community. The same way that you have nicknames for people, the same way that you have inside jokes, the same way that you can talk about something and nobody on the outside knows anything about it. So the people that are hanging out in my stream, she's typing over in the chat.
Yeah,
the good hair.
she's chatting you. Yeah, it's so good.
The good hair. Exactly.
Awesome. Well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and bring her on. We're going to try this. I'm not sure this is going to work, that we're going to be able to hear her. And so we'll try just the avatar. Can you talk, say something to us here? Let me make sure it's working. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to say this. I don't know how to get this to work on the software. Andy's going to have to do me some coaching, but I'm blanking on it. So I know your camera is off on the other side. If I hit this button, I'm going to bring on the no video, and it'll open up the audio though. So let's go ahead and do that. See if you can unmute yourself, and we can hear you. Check. Not able to hear you yet. It looks like your camera is off, but you've muted yourself. So on the camera one, if it's possible, to turn it on where we can hear your microphone, that would be good. I'm sorry, we've got some tech issues on this.
No, it's still not working.
Okay.
There you go. We got you. Oh,
Bingo.
We had you for 1 second. I heard you say okay. So think back to what you just did when you said okay. There you go. All right. That's awesome. So Whitebeard. I did it. I do that to you all the time. Flat Cap and Whitebeard. I mixed you up. Flat Cap, which you look nothing alike. Like, that's embarrassing to me. Whitebeard. I did it again. Flat Cap. I've been talking for 10 straight hours, I guess. And so I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to press my magic button here, and I'm going to exit stage left for a little bit. All right?
All right.
Thanks, y'all.
I'll be here.
Yep. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, there we go. We still got sound?
Yep.
Awesome. Oh my goodness. Those of us who are over on Twitch, we talk about this all the time. You're not a streamer until you have tech problems. When you have tech problems, now we know you're a streamer. So, and I'm going to do this. I can't, you know what? I'm not on my stream. I can't do the 5-minute timer, but we're going to do this because you like it. You like it. And, I've actually posted VODs with no hat on, and people are like, "Who was that on your stream?" Like, I don't know who that was. I'm cracking you up. All right, so I'm watching you people. I have so enjoyed getting to know you, having you hang out in my community, and knowing that you are in other communities. But one of the reasons I was excited to invite you in to talk about digital ministry is because of your limited mobility, your limitations to be able to go to a physical church. And so if you can just kind of introduce yourself a little bit, talk about what you want to share, and then how you have had limitations of going to a physical church and what digital has been able to provide for you as far as church and community.
Okay. For once, I won't ramble. Get out of here. All right, let me do this. Hello, everybody. My name is I'm Watching You People. I am a community game streamer here on Twitch, family-friendly channel, and we just play games. We have fun. We laugh, we joke, and then I raid. The reason that I started streaming on Twitch honestly had nothing to do with ministry, and it honestly had nothing to do with streaming. You'll see it in my About Me section, but long story short, I was grieving, and this was a distraction. So I started playing Words on Stream because that's the only way I could control it, and also meet all the people and play it and do something to get my mind off my grief. And then it just kept going, and people kept coming. And I said, oh, wait, do I have a community? Suddenly I do. And the more I'm into this, the more I'm realizing there's something I need to do. I don't really know what, but there's something. And I start meeting more Christian streamers, and they see all this potential in me. And this is what you should do. This is what we could tell you to do. This is what we can help you do. And I'm like, I'm overwhelmed. God, what do you want me to do? Because that sounds cute, but what say you? So, what I've realized is yes, I'm physically disabled. I am in a place where it's just not safe to travel because I have a power chair that has a really bad short in it. It cuts off when it wants to. The brakes act goofy, and it's really making this rickety sound. Like it shakes sometimes. It makes me nervous. Who wants to be stranded? So I know it's not safe to go to church. So yes, we do have digital church, and yes, we can do certain things, but there's something about community and communing and fellowship that just makes it hit different. So I found that yes, I will do my church digitally, but what I found on Twitch was yes, there's a lot of mess. We know it can be rather toxic here, but there are some genuinely good people doing awesome stuff and playing Fortnite and doing shooters and doing all the other things and still having a great time. And I said, well, I'm already here and I'm already playing community games. Let me see some more. Let's see. Oh, you want me to just talk to you? Really? Okay, I'll ramble for a few hours. And that's what I started doing. What I realized about myself is I am simply available. And when I say that, I don't have any license. I'm not a minister by trade, by some degree, but every Christian is a minister. We've been given a commission. We live our life. Before we tell anybody about Jesus, the way we live our life shows a lot. Before we ever minister or share one verse, one sermon, any testimony, the way we let our light so shine says a lot. And that's what I do. I say, God, every day I wake up, it is my hope to represent you in the kingdom well. I know I'm goofy. I know not everybody's going to get me, but that's what I aim to do. So whoever just followed me, thank you. So I am available. Just like what I did for Thanksgiving. I made a 12-hour stream that is literally just a wholesome hangout. We just give a space for people who are bored, lonely, stressed, can't travel to family, doesn't have a good relationship with family, or you're hanging out with your family and you need 5 minutes away from them because y'all a lot. I'm going to be back at 10:20. I'm going to be back in 2 hours. You just hang out with me and you leave. And this is what I do. And this is how he uses me. And nobody gets it but God. And I don't feel like explaining it all the time. But I know he's doing it. And you can minister while not practically ministering. Because I don't do devotions. I mean, on Sundays, I love Gospel House. You're going to hear it. It's in my sound alerts. Yes, I'll talk about the Lord. I'm not ashamed. But when you come to my stream, you're never going to get me calling you a sinner. You're never going to have me judging you or talking about what denomination you belong to and how I am awesome, because I'm not. I'm just another sinner saved by grace over here. And I'm goofy. So you're not going to get anything too serious anyway. But I know he uses me. And he can use anybody in any Let me tell you something. That thing about the potter's house, he can use cracked vessels. He can use broken people. And I know it because I feel purpose every time I push live. And I maybe talked a bit more, but that just came out of me. I hope I answered your questions well.
That was a fantastic answer. That is one of the things I love hanging out with you. You are infectious with your energy and your love for Jesus. And those
Yay.
people who are lost and lonely, I don't know how they can help but relate and connect with you. And in the chat, you are such a blessing to welcome people and make them feel welcome. I know if you are, and that's not saying anything against my other mods. I've got great mods all the way across the board, but when people come in and maybe they're having a lonely day, I know you are going to be right up on top of giving hugs with consent and passing cookies, and
Yeah.
and they're going to know that this is a place that they are loved. And I hope everybody that was listening just felt all of that love coming through where you were at. And I heard you talking about the fact that you can have community in a digital space, and you've created, and you just stumbled into it
Mhm.
without intentionality. And I think some of the time that's how the Holy Spirit leads us
Yep.
into something that we can say yes to a little bit at a time. And then suddenly when we reflect and we look back, we go, how in the world did I get here? Because I would have said no to all of this.
That part.
Which, by the way, I see Alice in the Palace is still in the chat there. Been hanging out all day, off and on in the chat on Twitch here. Alice in the Palace is my first follower, and Pastor Brock
Aw.
VR, who I talked about earlier, kept telling people to go follow me because I was going to stream, and I kept saying, "No, I'm not. Why would I want to do that? That is the furthest thing." And she's like, yeah, I'm going to trust God that you're going to stream. And so I'm going to go follow you. I don't know if that's how she said it, but that's how I think about it. And so she followed me. And sure enough, yeah, I ended up doing that with no expectations, no thought that I would ever be doing this. And God takes you one step at a time.
Amen. Amen.
I've got a couple of questions I want to ask, and then we can talk about other stuff.
Okay.
Can the church exist digitally? How would you answer that question?
Yes. God is everywhere. God uses us in numerous ways, and He doesn't just use Christians. So please never get that twisted. He will use anybody for His glory, as you said with Pharaoh, because I remember that talk. I was paying attention. So yes, most definitely. Without rambling, there you go.
Okay. Next question. Can missions be digital?
Definitely. And I don't mean just in the arms of an angel. I mean, anybody who sees a need can give digitally. We're not talking about another country. And we're not talking about some big, huge conglomerate. You with $5. You could just say, I have $5. If somebody donates to this thing, I will double it. I am broke, but you're going to get $5 from them and get $5 from me. And that could spark something. All we got to do is get $5. And this big, $5 adds up when everybody keeps jumping on it. And there's something about wanting to be part of something, that fear of missing out. Who knows FOMO? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Digital, that's a thing. And it's real. We're not being manipulative. There's some bored people with too much time and money on their hands that don't know what to do with themselves. They find something they're really passionate about that they've never heard of in their life, but it touches them. And heck yeah, you can have a ministry. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to remember if you were a mod at the time or not, but going back about, I don't know, 10 months ago, somewhere around there, when I was talking about the prayer booth that I was doing and starting. And yeah, just talking about a vision for something and sharing it in the stream. And then suddenly someone gives a donation that I didn't even know was a follower in the chat because they'd been lurking and they weren't, verified yet. So they couldn't even chat, but they gave a donation anyway because there was a compelling reason to connect with people. And we see this all over on Twitch, and you see it all over digitally too. People that have GoFundMe pages, and you share about somebody's need. And if the need moves you, you contribute, you help, you do things to help others. And if you're watching this either live or watching it later on, go to theChurch.digital.com/give, and you'll be able to see the whole list of things we're hoping to do for the kingdom digitally in the next year, based on how much giving that we're able to receive and how much funding we have. And boy, the money goes a whole lot further in digital space, it seems like. And the other thing too, like you're talking about giving $5, people might think, oh, that's not much. I'll tell you what, if you don't know Twitch, go hang out and watch people get excited over a $5 donation, a $1 donation, or one biddy. Now, some people won't let you have the one biddy. A bit is just a penny. So the 1 bit donation, I get excited. I mean, somebody gave something. They took the time to give, I mean, it doesn't matter how small. They thought enough to give when they could have just went right on by and did something else instead.
Yup. And I want to just piggyback real quick. There is also that thing where it's not just because it moved you. Let's be honest. Sometimes people have some fire effects. It's that endorphin rush from sitting there and seeing your favorite song go off because somebody just gave 5 bits. Somebody gave 20 bits. Somebody gave $1. Oh, that's my song. I'm going to give $1. Y'all, get your sound alerts together. Get your blurps together. All your things, y'all. You know what I'm talking about.
I know. You're always telling me the new things I need to get, and usually it takes me about 3 to 6 months to finally get to getting around to doing those things. And the list is always growing because creative people who view other people, who know how to engage community, are helping me learn. And I love learning from you. I'm glad you were able to come on and just share a little bit.
Yay. No
Jeff,
problem.
how was the meal?
It was actually wasn't a meal. It wasn't even coffee because it had, like I said, it's sugar.
Oh,
So I
okay.
I got to hug my wife, and
Oh.
she's like, "You're really
Oh,
sweaty," and so like that was
sorry.
that was that was. I mean, my joke was funny. Yours was even better. That was beautiful. Oh my goodness. Man, thank you for jumping on here and being part of the stream here with us. It was funny. I was just casual in the background, and in Flat Cap, I heard you say, and go, give to the church.digital.com/whatever, and I was like, oh crap, it's the wrong link. So we we had it's embedded into a bunch of the videos, and that we laughed about this earlier in the stream, like I don't know 8 hours ago, but evidently when the team produced the videos, they put the .com in there by mistake, and I didn't catch it until like an hour in the stream.
I
Yeah,
didn't think it was there, but I read it because it was there.
it was
So that's
there.
why
So it's
it was
like,
there. So I read it. I was thinking, I don't remember the .com being in there,
yeah.
but I read it. Okay, so
The joke I said then was if we owned the digital.com domain name, fundraising would not be an issue for the organization. We would
there we
have
go.
plenty of funding available just with digital.com, selling that bad boy. But, thank you for jumping on here. Thechurch.digital, if you're interested in giving and supporting the organization moving forward with that. We've got a couple of questions left to hit. Do you have time to hit through those, Leighton? The standard
Oh,
questions, or did you
I
already
did.
do that and I missed them?
I already did those questions.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm gonna, as we're landing the plane here. Any closing thoughts on this before we go on to the next guest?
I think one of the things, and I'll let them watch and comment on this too, is there are probably people that are connected with your church that have limitations, and they would love to, if you have someone come alongside of them and encourage them and teach them to be involved with connecting with people digitally. I mean, you talked about your mom and her being able to do that. Just because you don't see someone in the church anymore, if you're in a physical church, doesn't mean that they're useless. I haven't seen this, but I still imagine, a person who, maybe they're a teacher, whatever the profession is, they've got grandkids, is probably doing Zoom calls, even if they're in the nursing home. So if you got them in a nursing home still connected with your church doing something digitally, you probably could have them involved in ministry, reaching out to people that are lost and lonely with nobody to have a conversation with them, who are sitting around all day with nothing to do because maybe they're retired and homebound.
Yeah. I love that. What an incredible opportunity to empower people to do ministry. Maybe that don't have the opportunity in physical space. One of my, this is a dream for me, and I've tried this a couple times, and honestly just didn't have the right organization to work with. But even like empowering people who are deaf to engage in digital community and to do that, and to use webcams with the sign language to have conversations. In many ways, like the deaf community really struggles in physical space because there's just in proximity, there's not a lot of deaf people. And oftentimes they're alone in that. And so, what we're seeing here by connecting people that maybe have physical limitations and giving them an opportunity to engage in there, to provide value. Like we had Pastor Coco, she was talking about Alina earlier, I think, and I met Alina maybe once a while back, but who has some different limitations, and man, what a testimony to leaning in and creating this, and so thank you very much. I'm watching you people. That's a little creepy. I may
Oh
have a
wow.
nightmare about that one later tonight, but thank you for jumping on here with us and being part of the stream.
Okay, you're welcome.
Awesome. All right, Leighton, have a good
Yeah,
night,
just
man.
just
Go ahead.
one last thought. As far as limitations, the churches do not have to comply with ADA. They do not have to do anything with
True.
the American with Disabilities Act. And we've
Hmm.
treated that like we don't have to worry about people who might not be able to come up the steps, might not be able to do other things. And I know some of it's for historic reasons, if you've got an old church and those kinds of things. But if that's what you're letting get in the way of reaching out to people, digital is a way to reach out to people that maybe
Mm,
somebody has a heart to reach out to. Maybe the cost of renovating your church or upgrading so that you can have loop systems, and that's for hearing impaired people to be able to do things. Phones are getting that tech. So like
Hmm.
lean into the places where you can reach people.
Yeah.
I just be one of those things. I'm kind of passionate about that. I've got family members with disabilities and limitations,
Hmm.
and I love reaching out to people and trying to find ways to connect them where they might not be able to otherwise.
And can I just piggyback real quick?
go for it.
Okay. What I found is, and this is a sad thing I've noticed, but this current generation is not always deeply into God the way He would have them be. And you will find that a lot of your older members may get and relate and keep that church going. Those are the ones you want to have. Those are the ones you want to hold on to and make sure can keep coming back. And that's not all you have, and that's true. But
Hmm.
make it a safe, compliant place for them. just
Yeah.
just do that, and so everybody see, when you take care of your seniors and your disabled, that gives you a place, and that gives you a status. We
Hmm.
genuinely care about our community. It's not just about the tithes and offerings. We take care of everybody. So yeah,
Hmm.
do that. Sorry, just my soapbox moment. All right, I'm back.
I, I, I love that. I had my mom on the stream earlier today. She leads some online Bible studies, some Zoom Bible studies, and
Hmm.
my mom's 70 something. She aged out of ministry. We talked about it on the stream. She attends a very young church, and so she thought her ministry career was over because the church was youngening up, and so but I was digital pastor, and I was like, hey mom, come over here and lead some, like, mentor, disciple some of these young women,
Right.
and she I mean that she's been leading groups for 7 or 8 years, I think she said.
Hmm.
um it's fun. Like I haven't worked at that church in years, and she's still serving regularly as groups online, and doing that. And so it's digital. There's just so much opportunities to
Hmm.
empower people that may or may not even have an opportunity in the physical space to do this. And so thank you.
Hmm.
I am with you people for this, for Leighton for jumping in. But I got to pivot and move on to the next thing. Y'all
Yep.
y'all have a great night.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You
All
too.
right, God
Take
bless.
care.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Man, what a great conversation here towards this, and excited about what's coming up ahead. We're wrapping up. I want to say we're wrapping up for the night, but we still got 2.5 hours of this 12 hour. We haven't even reached hour 10. It's like
Oh, wow.
9:30, and so looking forward to what's coming up. But I want to bring on our next guest here. I love this guy. And so the first time I probably had a conversation with him, he was an intern at a physical established church. We're gonna talk about it. Yes, I'm looking at that comment on Twitch. Another 2.5 hours, dude. I'm like. I'm used to going for 24. No, I'm only going for 12. Only 12, not 24. And so, yeah, maybe that was crazy enough. I would think maybe one day possibly going for 24, but not today. and more of a team effort. Have loved Leighton coming in and covering. Andy and Barbara, emotional support from afar. Jason coming in and tag teaming a couple interviews here or there. Like it's been really exciting with today. And you know what? I think we're going to do it again. But I love the idea of doing more of this and really celebrating what God's doing and casting vision to what's ahead. I just to kind of to elaborate, to expand is the right word. Look at the what we're doing here digitally. We're trying to get the gospel global digital. We're trying to get the gospel to be distributed globally via digital missionaries that are working around the planet. Just in some of the conversations, just real quickly, we've had conversations with people in the Middle East, conversations with people in Australia, conversations with people in Europe. We've had conversations with people in virtual reality. We've had conversations with people in metaverse and video games. We've had conversations with a virtual avatar. I'm not sure what platform she was just using, but like I really, and even in the cohort that I shared earlier in EDM, we were talking about this idea of platforms as places. With the Church Digital, it's our digital missionary approach. The way that a normal organization is going to look at India, China, Africa is how we look at Facebook, at Discord, at VR chat, at spatial, whether it's digital and metaverse, virtual reality, whatever. Like these are places, these platforms are the new places. Yes, we love the idea of supporting a digital missionary network in sub-Saharan South Africa, and we're in the process of establishing that. But we're really excited as well about what's happening in some of these metaverse and VR. And we're also recognizing that culturally, like there's people groups that exist within TikTok. There's multiple people groups that exist within TikTok, and understanding the context or any of the digital platforms, and understanding that and being able to help people target and focus to better achieve success in connecting with people digitally, getting them invited into a community where they can establish trust, build relationships, evangelize, and even get to the point of discipling people, to the point of doing a digital expression of a church at that community level, which leads into empowering people, equipping people to be a digital missionary, and then mobilizing and sending them out to do what God's calling them to do. Like it's a very elaborate approach to digital missionary, actually a very simple approach, but it's thinking about things differently. And so with this next guest that I want to bring on, the reason I love this guy when he was an intern, Gabe, how old were you when we did that podcast, the first time I met you? 19, 20?
I think I was 21. Yeah.
21? You know,
Yeah.
a young pup at 21. Dude was thinking so far out of the box. The church that he was at, I honestly, like they didn't know what to do with him, and he was talking about really utilizing, at the time it was Discord, right, early on, about the model of working with Christian influencers that are on Instagram and global social platforms, but recognizing that that's great at connection. We want to get those people involved in a community, and so Gabe actually was launching Kingstide, now a digital church, but at that community level that was tied to these influencers. So these influencers were connecting with people, they were feeding people into this Discord-based community called Kingstide, where he was able to build relationships, establish trust, and getting into evangelism and discipleship that's happening at that community level. Like it was beautiful. And now Kingstide, Gabe, how old? You've been doing, the community's existed 3 years, since 21
3 years,
at
yeah.
least, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. So
and so this is
yeah.
beautiful. Tell us a little bit. I can tell your story all day long. People don't want to listen to me, and I talk too much. Man, tell us a little bit. Like you've had this really interesting. I really should shut up. I'm sorry, but you've got this really interesting mix between physical, because you work at an established church. You do digital marketing for a very successful physical church, and then you also run a digital only expression of church called Kingstide. So maybe a little bit, just talk to us a little bit about yourself, your heart for ministry. Like, tell us your story.
Yeah, so I actually started going to college. My church actually has a college. It's an extension site. And like you mentioned, Kingstide actually started as a college project in 2021 and 2022, where initially we were just me and a couple buddies were streaming on Twitch, trying to reach the next generation, high school students that were a part of our church through, games and stuff that we loved. But God definitely gave us a heart for expanding our reach. So we had that idea that you mentioned of kind of partnering with some Christian influencers to build community. They send the people, we do the ministry. And at the time, we started with one, and then over the course of 9 months, we grew that to three. And we call those kind of white label communities. So they didn't have our name on them, they didn't have the church's name on them. They were the influencers communities, but we wanted to partner with them to do real ministry with those people and care for people. Some of these influencers were, people that may have just been posting kind of what I call feel good Christian content. Maybe it was Bible verses or, inspirational content to reach people for Christ. But they really had no back end for caring for people. So that's where our heart was. And those communities grew. And after that season of growth, we decided to pursue our 501c3. And with the Church Digital's help, we accomplished that this past August, which we're really, really excited about.
Yeah, and so it's been a lot of fun kind of working with Gabe and Gabe just I'm about to say something and I don't mean it to be weird or awkward, but like the Church Digital, we were the support system for Gabe. In helping him get the 501c3, the emotional support and coaching. Like it was initially built underneath the physical church approach, and the physical church, said, hey, this thing that you built, like we're really not interested in doing this long term. So like, sorry. And as a result of that, Gabe was kind of stuck with this. Well, do I shut it down or do I not? And came to this conclusion of, man, let's go for it. Let's spin this thing off to be a separate nonprofit listed here in America. And Gabe, you've really done a great job of establishing a healthy accountability system with your board and volunteer teams. Like when I look at what you're doing, to me, it's really exciting because I see the global approach of what you're trying to do. Where you're trying to reach a lot of people, but you're realizing, hey, I can't do this by myself. I need other people on this journey, and for however old you are, 24 now, you've done a really good job of finding and bringing those people into the ecosystem. Talk to me a little bit. Like, tell me what your systems of what your accountability system is in your volunteer teams, and maybe how you found these people.
Yeah, so the ministry initially started with just a few guys that I've known for years. And when we all went to college and some of us joined the military, we kind of all spread out. And one thing that always kept our friendship grounded, and which I know many people that are part of Church Digital keeps grounded, was Discord. You can watch shows together, you can play games together. And those good times continue today. And we use that time to assess where God is leading the ministry, what He's calling each of us to personally. In terms of volunteers, we like to pull volunteers directly out of the communities that they're in. So we, as the board and as people that lead the ministry, we moderate a lot of the communities and we do some discipleship. But we love to pull volunteers exactly where we found them so that they can reach people who have come from the same place as them. And that also, for the influencer, that builds a sense of community. If a volunteer came from the same page that you did, or the same video even, that gives you a sense of connection to that person that you may not have otherwise. So yeah.
So cool. And so like your you're moving it beyond just you and involving others in that. You know, I can remember I talked with a planner once, a potential planner who wanted to plan a digital church, and I was like, well, how's it going? You know, casting vision to recruit more people, and he looked at me and he's like, why would I need more people? And I was like, I don't understand. You're going to do everything. He's like, yeah, my wife and I, we can do everything by ourselves. And I started rattling off this, like, you know, you're going to need more than just you in this to be successful. And
sure.
what I really found was, you know, skill sets are different. But we talked about this with Dr. John earlier, like even like an APES level, to be able to have people with different spiritual giftings and personalities to be able to complement, you know, who you are is so important. So at a skills level, at a spiritual level, even like at an organizational level, to be able to have, you know, one of the things I love, and I was talking about this with Barbara Carnero earlier, like I'm a type A person, like, you know, apostolic. I'll muscle something through. I'm not afraid to throw down. But Barbara, you know, throws that back at me, you know, at times, and she's like, and so it's very often that we'll get into. I'm saying heated. I'm overstating, but we'll get into deep conversations where I see things one way and she sees it from a different perspective. And I've learned in life that sometimes it's better to like listen to the people that are pushing against you rather than just trying to bully through the situation. Just call me crazy. But I mean, you're at 24. You're working full time at a church, physical church, and then you're running Kingstide as a bivocational approach.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious how it's doing both. What some of the similarities between physical and digital are. What some differences that you're kind of operating in both hemispheres. Kind of what's your experience there?
Yeah. So, you know, one of the strengths of digital hybrid that we have at the church is, you know, digital hybrid can reach people on off weeks. You know, you have people that attend every Sunday in person, but, you know, sometimes they're on vacation. Sometimes, you know, they may have work on a Sunday. So we get to reach those people on their off weeks. And it also provides a place for people to connect in person when they can. So we also have people that attend online, and I have stories, and our Pastor Ryan has stories of, you know, people who have watched online for years and then have flown in to be baptized in person at the church. Some show up without us even knowing. They're like, "Hey, I'm so and so from over here. You've seen my username. It's great to meet you guys. You know, we're stationed out in the breezeway of the church, and it's great to meet those people when they come through." And some have even moved to Charleston as a result of our digital streams, which has been amazing. And then, you know, digital has, I think, the strength of reaching people 24/7 is a big one that we've seen, as opposed to just a typical service live stream. So using a platform like Discord or like Slack or Facebook groups or WhatsApp that's well managed can be an open door for the Spirit just to reach the unreached, or even tap people at times that, you know, they could never see a typical service stream. I'll give our president, Justin Philpott, a shout out real quick. He actually, he was the one that joined the military. He's in the United States Marines, and he lives out in Hawaii. And actually, the time he moved out to Hawaii was perfect because that gave Kingstide the ability to cover a lot more time zones than we would if we were all here on the East Coast. And it's funny, I'm wearing my Hawaii hat right now. But yeah, it just the ability to reach people on a scale like that is unmatched, and it was a real blessing for us.
Yeah, it's interesting. Phantom saying in chat right now over on Twitch, people move to be nearby. That's amazing. I didn't know that part of the story. I don't think I realized that either. That's really cool. You know, with digital. When I talk with leadership, oftentimes leadership teams will talk about, yeah, we want the people to be nearby, physical, and so like we don't want remote work. We discourage that. And honestly, I'm like, I can work with the best people on the planet, and they don't have to live in my neighborhood. I don't, Barb was talking about Barbara. She lives in Barcelona. She lives on the other side of the Atlantic. She's 6 hours in advance of me, and
Yeah.
so that's not a weakness. That's a strength. Talking about your guy that's in Hawaii. Man, what an opportunity! And for him now to be able to extend his ministry reach into the the Pacific Islands and in that region. What a just a beautiful chance. Not to mention an
Yeah.
incredible view. Like I'm a little jealous. I might, if you asked me to move to Hawaii, I might say yes to that. But
Yeah.
that's really good. I
Me
know
and my wife
that.
love to visit out there.
Yeah, have you actually been out there?
Yeah, twice. Twice. It's
Oh,
so beautiful. It's
you've
amazing.
been married less than 2 years.
Y- Yeah. Yeah, we've already been twice.
Less than 2 years, and you've been out there
Well, here's
twice.
well, here's the thing. If you stay on a military base, it's much cheaper than staying at a hotel. So that's the caveat.
Yes. Yeah, so really then it's just flight and paying whatever the
Yeah.
local taxes for the tourist traps and stuff like that. So
Hmm.
that's all right. So you need to hook me up with some military people in that. We need to explore that. We've got our anniversary coming up. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah,
Yep.
interesting trick. I'm telling you, you listen to the late hours of the Church Digital live stream. You're going to get interesting tips like vacation secrets to Hollywood. Stop flipping us off. I don't think I think I did this. It's my index finger. Call me out for that publicly. Beautiful. Hey, so we set you up. I introduced you to America. It was interesting. I was trying to get America. I'm watching the stream on YouTube. It was my index finger. I did not flick you off. It just happened over here. All right. So I set you up with my friend America over at Start Church. I was actually trying to get America on the stream, and it just didn't work out time wise. But Start Church is a partner of the Church Digital. It's actually helping the Church Digital get our 501c3 right now. I know they helped Leighton do one as well, and a number of other people and organizations through TCD. Maybe talk about some of your experience. What was that like working with Start Church and some of that as you're getting the 501c3?
For sure. As you mentioned earlier, I can admit I'm a young guy, and there's a lot for me to learn, both ministry wise and business wise. And so this was a big step for us business wise. So Start Church was just an incredible educational experience for me. They did a fantastic job of taking the process. Becoming a nonprofit in the United States is not an easy process, but they did a great job of kind of laying out all the steps for me with limited business experience. And someone who's pursuing my business degree, that kind of helped me make sense of things as well. But even today, they follow up with me about critical things to keep in mind. Just last week we filed our 990. It was a little delayed, but but that was something that they pursued after me and followed up with me. And they walk you through the stages, and they make that intimidating process more accessible so that you can focus on ministry. And overall now I feel a lot more comfortable leading a ministry that has its legal foundation in place, as opposed
Yeah.
to just having all our Discord servers scattered about. And we're deeply grateful for the assist with getting that set up from the Church Digital. And it's my hope that digital missionaries can learn from the process that we went to and kind of streamline that and make it effective tool for reaching people for Christ.
So good. Listen, as a guy who's literally has launched, I sat with my son the other day and counted all the companies and organizations that I've started over the past 25 years that I've operated in the church tech space, and it's a very long list. And even that, as a serial entrepreneur, the stuff that I know and the stuff that I don't know, even on the don't know side, is ridiculous. And having organizations like Start Church that understand the IRS code and what's at the state level and the IRS level and the 990, it's interesting. Our 990 is delayed too. And so knowing what that is and the responsibilities that you have to on that. And it's interesting. Our it's the confession hour 3 here for the Church Digital. Ours is delayed. Um and to be honest, it was because we did not have an organization like Start Church that was reminding us. It
Yeah.
was, we're going to handle that on our own. And the people that were smart enough to think, hey, we need to be doing our 990. We're not involved in the conversation. And the people that were managing and leading and that were responsible, they didn't know what a 990 was and that it was necessary. And so we're a little behind the eight ball towards that, but we're tackling it here very soon. Yeah, a 990. I feel bad for even talking about that in detail, but it's some of the nonprofit reporting that nonprofits have to do to the IRS in America. This is a American issue, but the larger picture with being a nonprofit, even at the global level, there's still some level of responsibility to report that up into into the governing authorities. And so that's, to me, that's one of the reasons why. And I've got my board member Charlie's going to come on in a little bit. The chairman of the board, Charlie Barham, and we've had other boards on as well. 990 is not made up. I promise you, it costs way too much money to be made up. But the fact is that surrounding yourself with people that complement your strengths and that can challenge you, even at an individual level, at a board level, at a staff level, at a volunteer level, at a partner level. Find the people that make you better, and that's to give credit to you, man. You are incredibly smart and gifted, and you were saying things at 21 that blew me away, and some of the stuff that you're working on at 24. Like, I'm literally introducing my friends to you, saying you got to talk to this guy about what he's working on, and I think God's going to do some great things ministry wise through not only through King's Tide, but some of the other initiatives that you're working on to really and what I love about you is you're doing this not to build your castle, but you're doing it for the kingdom. Like you're doing it for the right reasons, and that's so encouraging to me. But even with that, you're still, how can I surround myself with people that are okay making this thing bigger and better than me?
Yeah.
Thank
you very much. I very much appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love surrounding myself with people. I did a visit, to Jay just 2 weeks ago, to say hi and connect on all things digital. So it's great to make those connections, and you guys have really helped us expand our reach and expand those connections.
Jay, it's funny. Jay's going to be on later this evening, and I'll tell him it's a shout out. And to be honest, Jay has had that conversation, like that level of help, for dozens, if not hundreds. Like that guy's been doing digital ministry for a decade plus, and has mentored a lot of us along that road. So that's really cool to see. Hey, what's the biggest challenge or obstacle you're facing right now as an organization?
Right now financially, we don't have much overhead, but we're looking for ways to kind of translate what we do on Discord in a way to donors, that makes sense. One thing that I enjoy that I just touched on is consulting with other churches and other ministries to share our story and expand their impact, because that helps us explain what we do while we help them expand their reach. And so, we currently don't have any plans to hire anybody or take a salary or whatnot, but rather continue on the road that God has called us. And, just in our spare time, we all work full-time jobs, so that's challenging as well, but use our spare time to make a difference.
Yeah. A lot of us are actually, the majority of us by far, 95% of digital missionaries and digital pastors I know, if you're not working for an established church, 95% of you are bivocational. You've got a 9 to 5 job outside of that. You're working for a physical church, but and your passion project is King's Tide. You know, with
Yeah,
me, I have contracts with a couple Christian tech companies that I'm working with to help promote and help them with how they're trying to reach people. And then honestly, the Church Digital is my passion project. Sometimes it feels like it's the other way around because so much time goes into the Church Digital. But really, I mean, that gets to the fact of it. Like you can scale things very inexpensively digitally. But that being
for
said,
sure.
stuff still costs money. You know, even at a small level. I had I'll tell this story, Gabe. You'll appreciate this, and we got to move on. I was having a conversation with an executive pastor, somebody that was considering supporting the Church Digital, and I'd sent out. You know, I don't do this with everybody, but to this church, I sent out like our budgets and some, insider documents so that he can, our proposed documents and budgets and things that he could see what we were doing. And so I jump on this call with this guy, and he says, stuff does cost money, Jeffrey. 2024. I see that. That was good. So funny in Twitch. So I'm talking to this pastor, and I'm on this call, and he's got staff, and this guy knows me pretty well, executive pastor, and he's like, Jeff, man, I see you. You're all over the planet. You're traveling around talking, doing stuff. Like you're this network. Like this stuff's incredible. What you've managed to build. And I'm reading your prospectus and your donor documents, your budget. Your budget says it's $160,000 a year, and I cannot believe that you are able to reach the people that you're reaching and able to scale this thing as big as you have on just $160,000 a year. Like I know digital is cheap and you don't have to pay a mortgage, but my gosh, $160,000, like it's ridiculous to think that you're able to do it for that little. And it was so funny. I looked at him and I was like, where is he getting like our budget? This is a mega church pastor, and I was like, I hate to tell you that, but my budget's like 10% of that
Yeah,
number. Like what was in the prospectus was like our proposed budget for a year. What we're actually operating on is like 10% of that. And the look, I mean, mega church, it's just this. You're able to do what for what? And so like we're feeling that pain where, I mean, stuff costs money. Cloud services
yeah,
cost money, and trying to figure out, none of us. I can say this effectively because I know all these people. None of us on this live stream are doing this for money. Are we're doing this to get rich. Pioneers get shot, settlers get rich, and anybody that's been on this is very much in the pioneering space, uh,
yeah.
digital ministry wise. And so, hey, Gabe, I'm just going to say this: if somebody is interested in supporting what you're doing with King's Tide, how do they find you? How do they do that?
Yeah, so you can go to kingstide.org. So happy that we got that domain, and all the information is there. But kind of touching on what you said just real quick, I think that kind of goes back to the question of, can missions be digital? Helping people understand that yes, missions can be digital. The example I like to use is the internet is an open ocean. I live in
Yeah.
Charleston, and so I love to fish. We as digital missionaries are fishermen, fishers of men. We cast out a line. Our rigs and our hooks may look different. If you fish, you understand what that means. But they represent the truth of the gospel we see throughout Scripture, and fulfillment of the Great Commission. So it's been great being on here today, Jeff. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. King's Time, say it was .com or .org. I blanked.
Kingstide.org. Yep.
Kingstide.org. Check out what Gabe's doing. His ability for digital community and how he's utilizing it is really cool in the Discord space. And so I think that would be a phenomenal connection point. And actually, Gabe, do you have to go anywhere?
Nope. I got a few
Okay.
minutes.
I want you to stick around for the next guest. Let's do that. But let me transition. Kingstide.org if you are interested in communicating with Gabe or information on helping out Kingstide. We're about or $7,100 into 20,000 for the church digital here. 7,100. The goal was 20,000. Listen, I don't care if we make 20,000. And okay, well, Jeff, you've been doing this for how long? 10 hours today. That's fine. I would have done this for nothing. This has been so much fun for me to do. Here's what I want to challenge some of us that are watching at hour 10. Partner with us. And when I say partner, here's what I would love to see. I'm seeing a bunch of one-time gifts come in. I love one-time gifts. Repeat donors, the people that are given, a couple people are given multiple times here in Giving Tuesday. A couple of our guests are coming back in to give. Couple checks have come in. Large donations, small donations. Like it's been beautiful. I would love to see some recurring gifts. Somebody that's, hey, you know what? Let me give $5 a month, $10 a month. I will give you. I'll give one Starbucks, $10 a month towards that. Like that would be really fun for me as we celebrate. Like that's partnering. That's owning the ministry of this more than just one time. Come and challenge some of you all to step into that. Okay. Hey, thanks. Sorry, Gabe. That was weird. You're on camera. I shouldn't have done that. But
All good.
hey. I want to bring in the next guest, and so I was at Lausanne. I'll go ahead and push the button to bring him in. Hey, Josh, how you doing?
Good. How are you? Hopefully you can hear
good.
me.
Yeah, no, you're good. We can hear you. I know we're running late, and so that's on me. We've had some tech
all right.
issues, and we can adapt on the fly. Are you okay to stick around and go long here?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Do you have any hard stops time wise? Can we go 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and be okay?
I'm good today.
Good today. Okay. Cool. Now, what's interesting is Josh's today is actually Wednesday. Josh is I screwed this up, and actually I got chewed out earlier for messing this up. Josh, you're in Australia, not New Zealand.
Correct.
Okay. I said earlier that Tall Skinny Kiwi was from Australia when he's New Zealand, but he's in Australia, and it's like and somebody was like, you don't mix up Australia and New Zealand people.
No, it's like
not
Canada and the USA.
Okay, maybe Canadian bacon is better.
Different.
I hate to say that, but it's different. So I love that. Now the reason why I wanted Gabe to stick on this call is and so Gabe runs Kingstide, which is Gabe, are you back on Discord? I know you were checking out and working with some different platforms. Are you running Kingstide out of Discord?
We do have a Discord server just for the general support of the ministry right now, but we are experimenting with platforms still. We're also experimenting with ad sets as well. So we're in that stage of the process right now.
Yeah, so to set the stage here, and Josh, we can talk about research. We cannot talk about the research project. I'm game towards that, but I'm looking at Gabe on here, and I'm like, dude, this is like one of our guys when it comes towards really understanding asynchronous community digitally. What Josh is he works with an organization. You know what, Josh, you set it up. Power to change what you're doing digitally, like you asynchronous, like talk how we met. Like you, I'm gonna shut up. You do the job.
So I work with an organization called Power to Change Australia, which is part of Campus Crusade for Christ International. I specifically work in the digital ministry area of the organization, and we're developing a digital pathway from pre-evangelism all the way through to discipleship and sending people out to share the gospel. One of the ways that we're doing that at the moment is trying to develop a Discord community where people can ask questions safely about faith, whether they are in that pre-evangelism phase or whether they're in the they have a relationship with God and they're trying to figure out what that means in life, trying to find some accountability or whatever they need to grow in their faith or figure out how to share their faith with other people. So we're doing content creation to bring people into that community, and we're in the process of developing the community into this flourishing space at the moment. So I think that's pretty good setup of what we're doing. We're trying to get it to that point where it's self-sustaining, where we're not the ones that driving conversation in the community or driving ideation, I guess, in the content creation space, but people are being like, hey, have you thought about this video? Have you thought about this question or whatever? So that's kind
Yeah.
of where we want to get to, I would say.
You know what's interesting is all of us are really running the same. All three of us are running the same model, just in maybe different contexts. You know, Josh, what you're working on is creating a connection level, and really the connection job is
Yeah,
easier. But now you're not just connecting with people; you want to build relationships with people digitally,
yeah,
establish trust, build relationships, go through evangelism, and all that. But even looking at doing discipleship at that in that digital community space, and getting that down to the place of where you're equipping them to share the gospel, and then
for sure.
encouraging them, mobilizing them to take somebody else through the same process. That is was interesting. I was sitting down in Seoul, Korea. Carl, how do you pronounce Carl's last name? Udi,
Yeah, Udi.
Udi. Carl Udi, who's with I don't is he? I'm assuming it's Crew or Indigenous.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
In
this
New Zealand.
yeah in New Zealand, the super tall guy. Carl, once again, probably it's maybe 6'4". He's not this guy, but he's somewhere up there. You
I
know,
look up to him.
we all look up to Carl at some point. You know, he comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, I hear you're really good at digital community." And I was like, "I mean, yeah, we do a lot of work in that space." And he's like, "Come with me." And so he drags me over. We leave the convention center. He walks me the long way along this go up to this hotel, and there's this breakout session talking about digital community, and he sits me down, and actually I'm at Josh's table, and
Yeah,
so he's
that's when
like,
we met.
Josh, Jeff, Josh. That was the first connection, and I'm listening to Josh talk about the stuff that he's doing, and I'm like, that sounds really good. And we're starting to swap stories back and forth, and it's like, man, we're running the same playbook, but it's the opportunity, and really this is some of the stuff that Gabe's really understanding is how to build on that digital community, on that asynchronous space. Once you get to top of funnel, getting that connection, we talk about it being a mid funnel problem where you're really good at connecting with people digitally. You got millions of followers, but whatever you're actually challenging people to do, it's 0.1%, 0.02%, like it's a fraction of people that are actually converting. But to be able to use digital community to shorten that is far more effective. What are you, Gabe? Let me just ask: as you're hearing that, like, how are you recognizing overcoming some of those challenges of the mid funnel problem of being able to connect and build that relationship through King's Tide?
Yeah, I'll give you actually a quick example that comes to mind. I think it was Christmas, maybe 2 years ago. We did a live stream, and it went to the Discord as well. And I think somebody mentioned Santa Claus at one point. And we had people from all over the world, lots of different cultures, different countries, and this fierce debate broke out about Santa Claus. And we had maybe 500 messages an hour for like 6 hours straight that somebody had to just be watching because it was just a debate. So one of the things that we learned was just the importance of one, making that individual connection with everybody when they come into the community, and two, making sure that moderation is in place and is healthy. We didn't even know what asynchronous community was when we started. And as we came to learn more about that and more about the term, that helped us define kind of the structure of the ministry in the terms of Discord.
Yeah,
And it's great to meet you,
moderation.
Josh.
Moderation is such a weird thing to look at and think about in a digital community space because you realistically don't want any at the start because you kind of want to see what the community is and how it feels and what they want to talk about. And it's like moderation is really just setting culture, because as soon as you set the culture, moderation shouldn't be a thing that you have to do. You shouldn't have to delete messages very often or be like, that's a bad word, you probably shouldn't use that, or that's a bad topic, you shouldn't be talking about that. And like in our space, we don't really want to have any topics that are off limits, just ways of talking to one another that's off limit.
Yeah.
Because we're all people, and we have to deal with tons of different issues, and we need to deal with all the issues, not just this subset that we're allowed to talk about.
Yeah, that's great.
There's this. It's funny. I hate saying no, because no's a limiter. No stops the conversation. No shuts down the opportunity. No prevents any forward action. And so it's right when you're creating that culture, like it's never about no. It's more about observing and listening. In digital community, we talk about this all the time. It's better to ask questions than make statements. The Church Digital, as a matter of fact, we talked about this within the cohort, EDM, Equipping Digital Missionaries cohort last week, I think, where the Church Digital actually, like, the reason we're a digital missionary sending agency today is because of people like Nicole Howard, because of people like Stacy Knapp, who was not on this podcast, and some of the other whitebeards, some of the people that are digital missionaries but are not church planters. Like the Church Digital 6 months ago was much more aimed at planting digital churches, but we found our audience not interested in planting digital churches. Well, the majority of them not interested in planting digital churches as much as understanding how to be the light of Christ digital, how to be a missionary in digital space. And so we did the hard thing. We had to pivot the organization to change, to adapt to what the audience was. It was very easy to say, no, we are not going to actually, it was so funny. I really wish Stacy was able to be on this. I called it the Stacy Knapp paradox, because we could not for years. Stacy hung out with us for 2.5 years in the community, and I kept figuring, she was engaging with us, but I was like, you don't fit yet. You don't fit yet. You don't fit yet. And it's not Stacy's problem. It was our problem, trying to figure out how to adapt to Stacy. And it was fascinating, at least in this example. Once we figured out how to adapt to Stacy, it was almost like it was the Tetris game where all the bricks came together, and all of a sudden the community gelled. People were doing it, and Stacy's an awesome person, but it wasn't about Stacy. It was about recognizing that there were, on the lurker side, there were dozens of others kind of hanging around. And then we went out to Lausanne, and we started meeting dozens of others that are doing that around the globe. And all of a sudden, it's this, we found the right culture, because we were slow to say no, and instead it was, well, how can we make this work? And I don't know, have either of you guys ever experienced something like that, maybe within your current ministries or outside of that, where you really tried, you found yourself having to adapt to meet the need instead of trying to force your way into the situation?
I think at the start of 2020, in our team, we were trying to develop a video game for ministry. So we wanted to share the gospel through a video game. That's what we started doing at the beginning of 2020. We ended up stopping that project pretty quickly because of the thing that everybody knows about that happened in 2020. To help the rest of the organization move all of this in-person ministry to a more online space. Particularly, we had a national conference for all the student ministry coming up that year, which was going to be in person, but then suddenly had to be in this digital space. So we shifted our resources into developing a way to do that well, and have it still be a good, fulfilling event, even though nobody could really meet in person. I guess that's the best example I can think of now off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us pivoted in COVID, right? It's, hey, we're going to do this. Now there's a different opportunity. There's a different, yeah, opportunity is really the right word to do something for impact. Gabe, anything kind of relate for you on that?
Yeah, I guess I mentioned earlier, we had three servers at one time, and I'd say some people that came to one server were different than others that came to another server. So we kind of had to look at our process and look at like just the ways that we could be inclusive to people and still do ministry well, but also have like standard guidelines as well. So we weren't just kind of fishing in the dark. But yeah, the thing I'll end with, and I'm going to hop off here in a minute, I'm almost out of time, is, can the church exist digitally? And I'd say 100%. I see, people get saved every weekend through digital ministry and through marketing. I see trends and spiritual growth. There are lots of challenges when it comes to that as well. And, through Kingstide, I see genuine friendships and connections flourish online. But it's been great to be with you today.
Awesome. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for coming around. Appreciate it. Just go ahead and hang up. I'll figure it out on my side. But appreciate you coming on and being with us today.
Good to meet
all
you,
right?
Gabe.
Yeah.
Good to meet you.
Awesome. Yeah. So good, man. I'm going to be really weird right now. Josh, how old are you?
Do you want to guess, or do you want me to just say it?
I'm early 30s, I'm guessing.
It is early 30s, 33.
33. Okay. Yeah, I mean, kid's 24. Like he's
Good.
when 21, man, he was launching this stuff, and I'm really encouraged, kind of looking at some of the stuff he's doing, thinking outside of the box on this. So, hey, what do you want to do? I'll throw it at you. You want to talk Lazan for a couple minutes? You want to talk research? You want to talk async? Like I've been flapping for 10 hours. You tell me what's helpful right now.
Well, I mean, we can talk about any of those things. I reckon let's go into some Lasan stuff, because I was having a bunch of Lasan thoughts while we were having that conversation with Gabe.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, we could probably do a bit of the research project as well. That's probably a good idea to talk about on here.
Yeah. So what do you think in Lazan?
Like with what we were talking about, there was, I can't remember who said this particular idea, but belonging before believing was one of those key things that was brought up. And like in the digital community space, it's so easy to traverse a relationship in that way, like create a sense of belonging before someone wants to have a conversation about Christianity, like, or Jesus or whatever. And you kind of have to do that in a digital space, because people can just check out and leave so quickly if they don't want to talk about it. So you need that relationship so much more. Like a community is so much more necessary in a digital space to have that person be willing to listen and be willing to have a question asked of them, I think. So I think it's so much more necessary in a digital space.
Yeah, that was probably Flat Cap. He talks about belonging and believing. Andy talks about belonging and believing. People belong before they believe. I say people find community before they find Christ digitally. We can never agree on everything, but that's a reality digitally. Is that people will connect with an idea, and that's more of where. Asynchronous community, where it establishes trust and it builds relationship so well. It's and that's where we've got a lot of these organizations that are creating really connection. Maybe it's a paid ad sharing Jesus or pulling heartstrings or getting to ask spiritual questions, and then it drives kind of the global model for evangelism. It drives that immediately down into a like a one-on-one conversation or a Zoom call or something face to face, and some people will connect with that, but for many that's very off-putting because it's very I don't know that I trust this person. I don't know that I will believe this person. And that person oftentimes is wanting to dig into spiritual questions and really dig into stuff. And it doesn't necessarily connect immediately. You know, it was interesting. That was
Yeah.
here in America. We do a lot of the He Gets Us is a $500 million organization that does these paid ads, and that's it's driven to evoke emotions and then get people to connect to a website, which leads into some sort of a follow up. And it was interesting. U.S. based churches were the ones that were really doing a lot of the follow up, and the people that were connecting via text on that, like the average person that was following up with He Gets Us was telling these people, hey, come to the church building Sunday morning. Here's our church, come in. And the He Gets Us platform is really good at connecting, following up people with the people in the geographical region where it was reasonable to connect up.
Yeah.
But the conversion rate where people were coming into the building was very low. And the connection rate of people that were having multiple conversations past the initial conversation was very low as well. And
I mean,
so
that makes sense,
yeah,
because
it's
that's the whole trust. That's the whole trust thing, right? Like,
yeah,
even though I would say, in at least the last 5 years, people have gotten this weird higher sense of trust. Like with Uber, like you're literally calling a stranger to your house to pick you up and drive you somewhere. Like
yeah.
that's just kind of insane, really. But like we're in this new stage of trust development in the world. It's particularly in digitally, where it's like I don't know what to trust anymore. And when you're like getting on this random site that's answering a question or an issue that you're having, and they're like, come to this place because we want to talk to you in person. I was like, I might not do that. I'm happy to keep talking to you though, but I don't want to go to a place yet. So it's like, just sit with them in the space where they're at, but at the same time, particularly for an organization like that, where they're talking to hundreds of thousands of people, I imagine. It's like, how do you maintain one-on-one conversations with that many people, with, I'm assuming, the limited size team that they actually have doing that, where like it would be so much easier to have a community where you're having everyone communicating together, because the conversations are going to be pretty similar, and certainly the stuff that's being talked about is going to be similar. It's like, I guess you could compare it to different types of support groups in a manner, in one way, where people come together because they share a common issue or common problem, and they want to try and work through it together, and they want to support each other in it. I don't know where I was going with that.
That's all right. It's it's active listening. It's asking questions. It's Dr. John was on here earlier, the Sharing Jesus Online. We really spend a lot of time, talking about active listening and doing that digitally, where it's much better to ask questions and make statements. Questions, people keep talking. Questions, you're building trust as with the person because you're listening to them. Statements, periods, shut down the conversation. You're making a statement. Sometimes it's a soapbox, and people are done. Questions, they're still engaging and listening towards that. And so it's really starting to understand some of those principles in digital space and in digital community, and leaning that way. And as part of the reason we want to do this research project, partnering with Lausanne and a lot of the global missional organizations around the planet, is to really establish this opportunity of digital community and start to celebrate and create a list of best practices on how to utilize digital community towards evangelism, towards discipleship, and some of those principles. You want to maybe just, we've got to wrap in a minute. I'm literally, I've got like 3 people in the green room coming up. My head's packed up. But you maybe want to share a little bit about the research project, which you're excited about as we're working on that.
So yeah, I'm excited about the project because it's approaching that whole issue you were just sharing about, but particularly like I think the question that Gabe asked or answered before: can the church exist digitally? Can missions be digital? Well, like the research project is to get hard data showing that it's possible. That here's some ways that we can literally do it. Some ways that people are seeing growth in their relationship with God, seeing growth in relationships with others, seeing how people can come to know Jesus as well through a digital medium. Like one of the questions I want to ask is like around it is how big do you think God is to not be able to use a digital space? So like I'm excited to see how this project can create a new way of thinking for so many different churches in the world. Like I was listening to you, and I can't remember who you were talking to, but how 90% of churches or whatever is hybrid. Well, they're not really hybrid, they're just recording their service and sticking it up online, realistically. But that's
so good.
Yeah.
For me, the goal is to create a new model. It's not the model, it's not the only model, but to create a new model. It's just an option to reach somebody different than what we're already doing, because we have to do something different to reach someone different. It's with this research project. You know, I'm North America. You're Oceania, Australia. We're working with people in Asia. Several people in Asia already. We're bringing on people in Europe, and my research assistant that I think, at least with the Church.digital, is jumping into this project with us, is from India. And so it's like, oh my gosh, the different perspectives, and the fact that all of this is aligning, and all, like, I don't have to convince on doing it this way across the board. Everybody has vision. Everybody's excited about this. Everybody's coming to the table realizing community is this incredible opportunity. We've all experienced this for digital evangelism with discipleship. We just need hard facts to be able to show on paper what this is, and to get it out there. And so, man, this is so good. I hate to talk and run. I got to talk and run. I want to ask you the same 2 questions that Gabe answered on his way out the door. Number 1, asking this of everybody. Number 1, can missions exist digitally?
Oh, 100%. Like, I'm literally doing that. Like, that's my full-time job to do digital missions.
Beautiful. Can the church exist in digital space?
Why not? Like I said before, it's like, how big is God? Can God do anything? Well, yes. So can the church exist in digital? Yes. Why not?
Yeah, it's so good. The common answer is it already is. And people look at me like, that's a stupid question. But you'd be amazed. It's not that stupid. Well, at least a lot of people are asking that question, and it's worth stating clearly.
People in the church are in the digital space. So, like, the church is there. But is it?
Awesome. Well, I tell you what, this is so good, man. We need to catch up. We need to talk more when I'm not under the gun. I sent you an email like at 1:00 my time last night. I want to get you and Anesh together. Anesh is helping me out on the research side. He put together a proposal. Let's kind of nitpick through some stuff once I get past the stream, which ends in a couple hours. Yay! But we'll
hope the rest of the stream goes well.
Awesome. Yeah, I've got the coffee jitters at this point because I've had too much coffee in the hand. But hey, so I'm going to let you go. But Josh, thanks
Catch you
for
later.
hanging out with us, and looking forward to
Thanks for having me.
catching up again soon. Bye, man.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, that's been it was a good conversation. Josh is a new friend. August, September. Where's this? It's late September, early October. We were in Lausanne at Seoul, and literally just met him there. I am less. The longer the stream goes, the less disciplined I am on the clock. Forget it. Like people, we'll get it. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. And literally, I'm looking at, oh crap, I should be done with the next guest, already on the next couple, and some other things are sliding in where I've got somebody else that's coming in. Joey, there's when we get to you, there's another person coming on. I'll set it up when we get there here in a little bit. But for right now, I want to bring in Nicole Howard. Now we met Nicole. It's so funny. I said that to Joey, and Joey's like, "See you later." He just left the green room. Jeff, whatever Jeff said, I'm out. It makes sense. No, I'm kidding. He'll be on here in a little bit, but I'm laughing hysterically. So Nicole, you were on here a little bit ago with the EDM cohort, Equipping Digital Missionaries. Thanks for coming back. Nicole, among what she's doing with Pathfinders, which is this well, I'm trying to. It's a community movement, disciple. Like I know what you're doing. I'm missing the word right now at hour 10. Why don't you explain a little bit about what fellowship? That's good. Why don't you explain a little bit what what you're trying to accomplish with Pathfinders?
Okay, so hey, so Nicole Howard here, Gen Z, Gen Alpha Catalyst with the Church Digital, co-founder, or actually founder fully, because I can't name Jeff as a founder. He's inspiration. But Pathfinders totally is a digital discipleship field platform for children and youth. It allows for them to have access, especially because the community that I have built this for is our transient community. So our military families, our foster children, and our just by nature, our high transition families that just generally have to move around a lot. So it just gives them the opportunity to literally feel as though Jesus is with them everywhere they go. It's a connection that they do not have to relinquish, a friendship, a trust build that doesn't have to be broken down and then rebuilt again.
Yeah, I love you. I love your heart. I love the heart that you want to work with Gen A and Gen Z. I can clearly remember the day that God said, Jeff, I release you from your calling to be a youth pastor. And so I celebrate that day. I love my kids, but they're my kids. I love them. I don't love other kids that much, just to be honest. And so, but your desire to reach transient kids and connect with them, we talked about it on the cohort several hours ago. But I love the passion and what some of the mind space you're bringing to Gen A and Gen Z, like the reason and my encouragement for Nicole to be in the cohort is I want Nicole to experience our context for equipping digital missionaries, because I want to come alongside Nicole and help her figure out how to adapt this and contextualize this for Gen A and Gen Z towards that. Hey, Joey, I am behind. Give me 10 minutes and I'll get you on. He's texting me on here. I don't think he heard me when he said that. So thumbs up. We're good. He's shaking his head. Good. So I apologize. It's been a long day.
No.
So I love this. Now, Nicole, bivocational, 2
Yeah.
jobs, 3 jobs, 19 jobs, doing whatever she can to make a buck, to pay the bills so that she can. Tell me a little bit, like, talk to me about what your 9 to 5 jobs are, how you're making money, and to pay for the ministry.
Okay, so I needed things to make sense. You don't want to. I don't want to go out waiting tables, and I'm actually trying to minister to children. So I want to be where kids are. So I have been in foster care for a good 15 years now, and so what I'm currently doing is working with a company called MAC. It's the Multi-Agency Alliance for Children, and we work with the children who are high transient inside of foster care. They move around a lot due to behaviors, undealt with emotional issues, whatever, you can think of that would make you say to a kid, I don't know if we're going to make it together. That's what they're dealing with. And so being able to work with them is kind of like being Jesus to the 10 lepers, the 10 ladies with the lamps of oil. Like you're coming into a house of kids, and they're dealing with borderline hopelessness. Like they don't feel like nobody loves them, nobody cares, nobody's going to be there for them when they get out. So I love working with this population of high intensity kids that are in high transient placements. So I enjoy that. And then I do a lot of street ministry. I work with churches. I do some contracting with some curriculum, big name people, no name dropping. And I really try to stick with the stuff that amplifies what I'm doing, but helps fund what I'm doing.
Yeah. No, and this is, I mean, at some level, this is really good because what you found the jobs that complement your passion. So let me work with, I forget what the politically correct word, but high maintenance kids and students who, but I'm working a secular job that is going to give me understanding of how to do my ministry more effectively. I'm putting myself in an environment where I'm being paid to do ministry outside of the space to learn how to be more effective on doing it inside. And in like at a bivocational, co-vocational opportunity, like that's an incredible opportunity to put yourself in a learning environment. And so well done with that. Now, part of what you're doing, we had on John. I don't know if you've ever met John from Reliant. We had you talking with CJ, but with Reliant, with a lot of our high level leaders, who's Nicole is one of these with her Gen A Gen Z catalyst, as well as the people that are going through EDM, equipping digital missionaries. We give them the opportunity to fundraise through the church digital, where Nicole, we're actually very new in this process. Last week, I think we got started maybe 2 weeks ago, where it's literally 2 weeks ago, where she's actually coming up with a job profile. Like we're actually going to create a job description for her part-time role, where she's working X number of hours for the church digital. Now the money that comes off of that, she's fundraising as a missionary. She'll be fundraising for that individually. She's run fundraising for herself, and that becomes her part-time salary of what she's doing now. The job slave driver that I am, there's some stuff that I want you to do for the church digital, but I also really want you to succeed in what you're doing for Gen A Gen Z, because like the ability, if we could figure out how to make Gen A Gen Z digital missionaries, and we mobilize and release some of that younger generation to reach the younger generation, we're talking kingdom change here. Talk to me a little bit. I know you're new with Reliant. Is that scary? Is that exciting? Is that trepidatious? Like what's a temperature check as you're walking into this?
I do. I feel that trepidatious. I feel that. So it's the fundraising. Like every time somebody says it, I watch my face and my eyes go. But outside of that, like it's really smooth because it's similar to if you were applying for an honorary degree based on your experience. That's where I'm at right now because we're not new to this. This in itself is a new concept to be fully constructed, but we've been going back and forth and building these ideas, hence the launch of Pathfinders for almost 3 years. I would say probably, October next year before. But yeah, I just feel like this process is just penning to paper what's been in my head. Like, who are you? Who are you portraying? Where have you been? What can you offer? What are you doing? Okay, put it on paper.
That's so good. Yeah, I remember, and I'm gonna call myself out here in a little bit. Tall skinny Kiwi. I'm seeing that chat. Flat Cap can talk to you. Flat Cap's actually in the middle of the process with Reliant. I would love to connect you with the offline too. I'm seeing that on, I guess that's Twitch. I'm gonna call you out because and that's a good thing. No, don't freak out on me. She like recoiled like, oh my gosh, I'm in trouble now. the and this is limited vision on my part. I remember the time when you said to me, Jeff, I can't wait for the Church Digital to be my full-time job. Do you remember
Yeah.
saying that to me?
Yeah. At the end of year one.
And I'm like, okay, I don't, in my mind in that moment, I'm like, I don't know what she's going to do. I don't know how I'm going to pay her. Like there was just so much, like, talk about trepidatious moment. I don't even know if trepidatious is a word. Somebody can fact check that. But I'm like, just fears coming on, in this. And it was maybe lack of vision, lack of understanding. But it was, God's bigger than the trepidatious moments, right?
Yeah.
And so, Flat Cap saying Nicole saw it way before I did. Nicole, living by faith, man. She talked about that earlier. Right, but this is the opportunity, and we want to, at a personal level, like we want to help Nicole fundraise. That's why we're giving her access to the 501c3, connecting with Reliant, allowing that partnerships where she can fundraise for herself and it be a nonprofit relationship. That's how Reliant works. Reliant.org. Tell them Jeff at the Church Digital said, hey, by the way, I don't make any money off Nicole or anybody else working with Reliant. Like the relationship. I don't want to get into the weeds, but like this isn't, well, Jeff's or the Church Digital's monetizing. We're not. We're helping to create a funding opportunity towards that, and it's exciting as we get to say to people like Nicole, I see your passion to reach the people that you want to reach. Yeah. I also know that the biggest hurdle you have, or at least one of the top three, is going to be funding. And so rather than trying to get stuck by that, we've got to figure out how to overcome that. The reason I don't sleep at night, and I sleep pretty good these days, but if I stay up at night, it is how do we solve the funding issue? Because 95%, I'll just be honest, of the 30 streamers that I'm going to, and missionaries and all of those that are on here, on this stream today, one person, maybe two of them, less than 10%, have some sort of a solid funding strategy in place because organizations are funding them appropriately. Everybody else is in this game trying to figure it out. Yeah. And so we, the Church Digital, man, that's my heart. Because I want to see that for my friends like Nicole. But to be honest, I want to figure this stuff out because I want my kids to be able to connect well, my 16-year-old, my 14-year-old. And we need more people thinking outside the box. We need more healthy models of what this can look like to be able to effectively reach their generation and the generations beyond. And so, Nicole, man, I just want to thank you. It's just a shout out for challenging us and really modeling that digital missionary approach for us. Like you and Stacy, you were the gals who were like the penultimate model of digital missionary. And I'm like, okay, I know they're here. Why are they here? And trying to, like, we would sit in leadership meetings and be like, but they're here. Why? What are they looking for? What do they want? Like, are they just going to hang out? How are we going to do? Like, and it was, we would talk about these things ad nauseum, trying to figure out what the formula was. And it's so good that we got this figured out. I got to wrap. But I want to ask, I want to give you the land the plane. Closing thoughts. What are you thinking?
So I just want to really say that, for whatever's on your heart to give, just know that when it comes down to the area that I've been assigned to, you're actually going to be equipping me to equip children for generations to come. You're doing that same thing for all of us on here, all of us doing this digitally. The work is going to go forward, and it can go forward so much faster with your support. We're going to get it done because God said, and his word will never fail. So I know that he's on the hearts of so many of you to help us do this work. And I'm excited about what's going to come from this.
Beautiful. We've got, if you go to thechurch.digital/give, there's, 20 some projects we're trying to do in 2025. And one of these is to develop equipping digital missionaries for Gen A and Gen Z. That's going to take funding. That's going to take time. That's going to take energy. That's going to take resources. And Nicole's right. Gun to my head, we're going to figure out how to do this on duct tape and a ball of twine. However, funding
Yeah.
would help us be able to do it quicker and to get these ideas multiplied for
Yeah.
kingdom purposes. And so theChurch.digital/give. Man, we've raised $7,100 today for Giving Tuesday. God bless. That's awesome. Thank you very much for doing that. Consider partnering with us. Listen,
Yeah.
I would love a big check. To be honest, today I probably would be more excited right now with some $20 donations monthly coming in. Hey Jeff, I'll give you 2 cups of Starbucks every month and dedicate that towards digital missionaries. So I'm going to challenge some of you to step into that. I can start parroting like for future generations and sing some like really sappy contemporary Christian music songs that nobody knows anymore. But for him, just rattled through my head right now, and that's like really weird in this moment. So we're just gonna let that one go. Hey, so I asked 2 questions as we're leaving usually, and so I'm going to ask you, Nicole, and then I'm going to let you go. Number 1, can missions happen digitally?
No doubt. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they're already doing it. Can't deny the existence of something that's already.
Deny the existence. Can the church exist digitally?
Certainly. I'm so glad that Daniel Heron was on, because that just blew my mind that it was here even before my spiritual awakening, and it will be here even after, as others continue to do it. It's here.
Awesome. Nicole, it's always a pleasure. We will talk soon. Actually, I'm going to see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Are you going to make it for? We got our movement leaders meeting happening tomorrow, and so looking forward to that very soon. All right, Nicole, I'm gonna hit the button and let you go. Thanks. Bye. Okay, I think I just lost my network again. Can somebody validate if I'm still on Twitch or YouTube right now? Are we seeing it anywhere? No. Bueller. Dang it. I am not happy with my network. Stream looping and glitching on YouTube. Barbara Carnero. It's awesome. I'm getting updates from a different continent. All right, let me get in here, see if I can kick the tires. Cool. Hey, I'm like awkwardly. You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. And now let me figure this out. Let me just do this. It's not like anybody's watching, so because it's all dead everywhere. All right, looks like we may be getting some reconnection. Let me go ahead and change the network. Dooby-dooby-dooby-dooby-doo. My kingdom for a solid internet connection. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm really tempted to start a GoFundMe and have it just be Jeff's IT department towards this. Like, I actually want to ask Charlie. Charlie lives in Miami, and I have no idea what your internet experience looks like. You don't live that far away from me. Maybe 5 minutes. And so my wife just texted me, "What do you want from Chick-fil-A?" I want stable internet, honey. If I'm honest, that would be really helpful. Okay, and let me refresh this and see if we're back. All right, we may be... Shoot. All right, don't want a full stop and start, but let me stop and start. At least we've got mellow music to keep us calm. This is taking longer than it should. Oh my gosh, I'm cooking with gas. Why am I having problems right now? Oh my gosh, if this is Stream Deck, if this is OneStream, I am in trouble. All right, we may be back. I am looking at myself on a screen that I feel like I should be eventually getting to. And it looks like we're streaming well. So we might be okay. We have starved off yet another catastrophe on... yes! I just scratched my nose. It's delayed a little bit, but it'll catch up eventually. Whew! Awesome. Dear God, please help this network hold up for another 70 minutes. I don't ask for a lot, Kingdom. God, but please, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Kill it at 8:31. I'm trying to figure out how to set this up, but to set this up, you mean to actually see. Thank you, Nicole, for listening to this and being a part of it. Twitch, I apologize. Thanks for guys coming back around, sticking on watching this. We've got a lot of people still engaging. YouTube, I think, is coming on and is going to be catching up into this quickly. I would, yeah. If you push live, you are streaming. I hear that. Thank you. We're gonna pivot, and we're gonna do. This is the mashup hour of the Church Digital. You know, where it's like, hey, we've got a strategy and a plan, individual conversations. Everybody's got 20 minutes. I'll have to look at the calendar, but I think we've got 5, 6, 7 people that we're gonna pile in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five people in the next 70 minutes. So, and rather than separating the wheat from the chaff, we're just going to mash it up. Give more fun mixing genres towards that. And so let me go ahead and push my magic button here, and bring some people on. And once again, these are not the people that you would normally think of bringing in, but that's where the fun really happens. And so we've got some people walking in. We've got Charlie Barham, middle of the screen, wearing a flat cap. Hey, flat cap. He's got a flat cap. He's fitting in well. Did you wear that just for this? Awesome. You have a flat cap, supporter flat cap in this. Charlie Barham joining us from Miami, 5 minutes away from my house. Chairman of the board for the Church Digital. Excited about that. We'll get into that here in a little bit. Joey Santos next to him. Joey is lead pastor, Church at the Bar, former digital pastor, solid guy, great friend. Thanks for both of y'all for coming on. Joey, I just got your text. I know it's been a delayed day. Joey, I want you to tell your story, but you got to go back to work here in a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to.
How long do you have before you have to go?
10, 15 minutes is good.
That's great. So we'll do that first. But Joey, what I was really hoping for, Ezekiel Fattori with Casa Church Miami is coming on, and I want to get you and Ezekiel together. Ezekiel is You know what? I'll tell you that later, and hopefully Ezekiel gets on in the 20 minutes. Joey, tell me your story here a little bit. Not my story. Tell everybody else your story.
I know.
Like, what are you doing?
Jeff, but Jeff, that's so good, and I'm so glad the day is going good for you. I mean, it has been a long day, I'm sure. A lot of conversations, good conversations. But man, it has been a great journey. Being in ministry here in America, I was born in Brazil, but being here for almost 25 years now. And but for the last year and a half, I made a decision to leave, the full-time paid ministry in church to get a job, a secular job, and then do ministry in a bar. And people ask me, say, so you're no longer full-time ministers now? I'm a full-time. I just don't get paid to do it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it I never stopped being full-time minister, and uh, that's what we're doing. So we decided to just jump into this opportunity from doing a church, digital church, and helping people to move from online to offline where they were, and the church to bar was part of the plan. But now the church to bar went from like a plant from a digital church to a micro church. So it was this migration that happens from like established church to digital church to a church plant from the digital church to a now full-on micro church in a bar. We meet in the bar every Sunday, and we having great conversations. And we know we change the format. We don't follow the traditional model of a church because we're in a bar. So it would not make sense at all for us to try to do three songs and and announcements and uh, in a message because and there's nothing wrong with that except that in that environment will not match. So we're in a place where we keep the tables and the chairs the way they are. People come sit where they want, they feel comfortable, and we have conversations. So I prepared a message, and we split that into three or four parts, and we ask questions where we can all participate. People can participate by answering the questions. The questions are formatted in a way that has to be a real life connection to the scripture that we're studying. So, an
Mm-hmm.
example, like we're studying the book of James right now, and we asked book of James is great because it's literally this real life Christian life experience. Like it's just James is just like here it is. Here's what you got to get it right. Here's how you focus, and it's very easy to turn that into real life connections, real life experiences, um, and it has been very, very challenging to a lot of us participating. But uh, again, overall, it has been the fact that most people that come to church at bar, they come because they're there on a Saturday night and a Friday night. It's a big establishment, and they're there, to have fun with their friends and have drinks. But they see signs everywhere. Church at the bar Sundays at 10 a.m. And literally, people ask questions all the time. Is this a joke? Is this for real? Um, But and the staff explains the staff doesn't go to church for the most part, but they literally explain to them, no, the church for real. The pastor works right here, and you can ask him, you can talk to him about it. So I get to talk to people about church during my work. I'm an operations manager there, and we have this just really incredible opportunity to connect with people where they are, and
Yeah.
that's what the church the bar is really about.
That's so good. Like you have this one of my favorite parts of your story, Joey, is where the church that you were at before you left, before you walked away from it.
Yeah,
Like they were trying. You would tell the story about how you were trying to reach church people through
yeah,
a micro location at the bar. And it didn't work. You really weren't reaching bar people because the bar people didn't want to go to a church, and the church people
yeah.
didn't want to go to a bar. And so like you had this fundamental shift moving away from reaching the church people through the bar, but you said, hey, we're going to reach bar people through the bar. Maybe talk a little bit about that, the contextualization of that, and doing something different to reach this different
Yeah,
people.
I think the biggest difference is it's so interesting looking back, right? Like we sometimes we feel like we got all this figured out. Once you jump in, like I did, and realize I don't know anything about this, and I'm going to have to learn as I go, and learning through relationships, to talking to people, to connecting with people. And that's exactly how we did it. We put ourselves in a place where people actually felt comfortable enough to ask questions, right? So they like, I want to ask questions because you're here, you're at the bar, you're a pastor. I want to ask these questions because I don't feel comfortable going to a church building to ask these questions. And we've been
Yeah.
having some incredible real life conversations that I never had in a church building before with people. And all this, the people that ask those questions, some of them are like, I want to be part of this community and continue these conversations. The thing that I have two boys, 15-year-old and 18-year-old. The 15-year-old just a couple weeks ago, he went with me to Lexington for a missions conference, and it was so interesting because it was an opportunity to reconnect some old friends, church people. And my son noticed one thing, that every time I talk to somebody from established church and they ask about, so what are you doing right now? It's like, we're doing the church at the bar. And every answer was the same. I mean, I'm not kidding, because my son was like, why does everybody keep saying, oh, that's okay? Oh, that's okay. Like every time I said, we're meeting at church at the bar, and people are like, oh, well, that's okay. Like, I'm going to need their approval. They're like giving me their approval to meet in the church, to meet in a
Mm-hmm.
bar, and doing church in the bar. And my 15-year-old noticed that. He noticed, like, why people think that you need their approval to meet at the bar, like you're asking their blessing. And I said, just because most likely they really don't know what this experience looks like.
Yeah.
They don't know what the experience feels like. So they know one model, they know one way of doing church. And because of my passion with digital church, with alongside of that many times was the answers I got from people when I explained, like, I'm a digital pastor. And they're like, oh, well, that's okay. I mean, they don't know. But we knew the impact that digital ministries and micro churches are having in communities where we do one thing in common. I think one thing about digital church and micro church have in common is that they both meet people where they are.
Mm-hmm.
They both make the effort to go and make disciples, right? To just do exact, not to sit and take, but to go and make. So
Yeah.
I think that's the big part of that we learned from this, is that people are there out there waiting to have these conversations. They're
Yeah.
waiting to have these connections. And Jesus was absolutely right. Most likely we didn't get it right, but he did, because he said, go and make disciples. And I think we got to develop this ability in everybody to be able to, like, okay, what it means really means to go. And it's okay to go, right? It's okay to just go and make.
Yeah.
And we embrace that. I think we're very happy that we embrace that mission to just go and make and see what God does with it.
That's so good, man. It's funny. I seeing Charlie. Charlie's like jumping out of his seat, man. I don't, Charlie. I don't know that I've ever told you Joey's story, but as you're hearing this, man, what are you thinking?
Well, the one thing that is really just there's a couple of different things, because I was going to ask you why a bar, and you answered it. You said because that's where people are, and
Yeah.
then then why digital? Because that's where people are, right? As we
Yeah.
go through that, So, but what really was just your last statement, and he said go, didn't say come to me,
Hmm.
or come to the church, or come to the synagogue, or come to the temple, or come to the things to meet me. It was go make disciples. It was, we were to go out. It wasn't wait and come to me. And so I think that's what's a very powerful statement as we go through this, because that's what we're doing as digital missionaries, is we're going to where people are,
Hmm.
not not saying, hey, come to us, but we're going to where they are through that. When you were a digital pastor, I'm curious on to ask you this, the one question is, what challenge did you find the most when you were as a digital pastor, going through that?
Oh, that's a that's a good question, and I think looking back, the biggest challenge is to not really understand was not to really understand how relationships were formed in that environment. Like we had, like we have social media, and there's a reconnection that can establish through social media, but it's not a relationship building. With the church, the digital church, actually real is a real chance to do real relationship building. And we walked in not really knowing how that works, but we learned very soon by doing it. They're like, that's what people want. People wanted to figure out a way to build this relationship, and that's when we start to modify how we did digital church to fit that need that would allow people to build real relationships. So it was very interesting. I remember vividly we're having this, streaming, but we did it a little differently. We had like a live studio and would send back to the church and on worship, things like that. But I would close the live service in the studio, and I had two volunteers by me monitoring the chat room, and this young lady came in on the chat room, and she said, "I need prayer. Um, this week I lost my mom, and my right leg was amputated,
Hmm.
and I just need prayer." And we immediately moved her to a private chat room to pray with her. As we have the volunteers having a conversation with her, learned that she lived 20 minutes from the church. She lived like 20 minutes from the physical church. But she said, because of the situations of my life, she said that in the chat room, I never felt comfortable walking in the building. So I felt it put me here. So one of the first things I did, like, because, she's a female uh, person, I had a female volunteer connect with her immediately. And I said, don't invite her to come here, but ask her if she wants to have a coffee since she's so close here. And they start meeting weekly after that in a coffee house. And I said, don't ever invite her to come to church. Don't do it. Just connect with her, develop their relationship, and see where you go from there. And man, I mean that relationship lasts for a very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, and every Sunday she kept coming back to the digital church. She's 20
Yeah.
minutes from the physical building, right? But she found relationship. Like she really found a genuine relationship that she needed through the digital ministry. So that was the biggest challenge. It was to not go in not knowing. Like we go in thinking, I'm going to stream my service. I'm going to broadcast content. I'm going to let people know who we are, and then learning that, hold on, actually we're encountering people that wants to actually have relationship through these channels. How do we do that? And that's when we jump into to discover how to unpack all that and do all that. And Jeff is always a big part of helping us to figure that out in that process. But it was such a great thing to do, to discover those channels and figure out a way to develop real relationships with people through digital
Yeah.
venues.
Y'all, I'm about to push my magic button, and it's like this is a moment where like pandemonium is about to
Let's
happen on this
talk.
stream.
Bring
Like,
it on. Bring it
you
on.
know, you talk about Avengers and bringing together all these different people in Endgame, and it's like, what is happening right now? Captain America, Steve Rogers is literally picking up Thor's hammer. I don't understand where we are and how we got to this moment. This last. I just put on Discord, sent a notification to 500 people. Like, it's about to get real right here on this stream, and I'm just going to do this. I cannot wait for this conversation and these people to interact with each other. And so going from, I'm over here, I guess, on my left, but walking through here, I've got Charlie Barham, chairman of the board of the Church Digital, corporate guy, works in med tech, Huge vision of understanding digital, and really, a lot of the crazy stuff that we're doing with the church digital. Like, I don't have to convince Charlie of what we're doing towards it. So it's beautiful. Next to him, I got Joey Santos, who is church at the bar, former digital pastor, micro church pastor, operations director at the bar where he does church out of. And so literally a co-vocational model pastor moving into a new approach of doing it not at a mega level, but at a micro level. I got Jay Cranda, the digital pastor at just a small church some of us have heard of, Saddleback Church, who's one of the OGs, original gangsters of digital ministry. 10, 12, 29. He was doing online church before Al Gore invented the internet. Let's just say it that way. A new recent author, Online Church is Not the Answer. Interesting book. We can talk about that later. And we've got Ezekiel Fattori. I've been trying to get a meeting with Ezekiel Fattori for a while. I'm so excited he jumped on this stream. Ezekiel, I'm going to tell your story up front. And then I want this group to like talk about it. Because Ezekiel Fattori's story is one, and I'm gonna butcher some of the numbers, and so Ezekiel, you can fact check me, okay? I'm gonna tell my version, which is always going to be sexier than the reality, but the reality is, man, what a phenomenal opportunity. So Ezekiel is lead pastor at Casa Church Miami. A church in Miami Beach. Now, I'm guessing on this number. Ezekiel, Miami Beach, 100, 150, 200 people. Like, what are you seeing on a Sunday?
We have two services of 180 people.
So 2 services combined for 180 total.
Oh, 2 services combined, it gets to 300.
Okay, so 300 people. Okay, that's a medium-sized church by America's standards. Miami Beach, that might as well be a freaking mega church. Like, that's Saddleback on the East Coast, because it is so hard to do church in my. I've tried to plant a church. In my Charlie's shaking his head. He understands. Miami Beach is as hard of. I've had pastors tell me, Miami Beach is where good churches go to die. And so that he's even doing that.
Good thing is they told us that after we opened it.
He's heard. He knows it's where churches go to die, man.
Yeah, we had no idea. We're like, oh, this is gonna be so cool. We open it and it's like, oh, this is where churches die. Nice, thank you.
It's interesting. Kit Williams was on the call earlier, and we're going to get together. Kit Williams is missions director at Christ Journey, Ezekiel. I really want us to get together and talk. But here's the fascinating story. Ezekiel, talk to the group here a little bit about the experience of what you're seeing digitally in Latin and South America with what you're creating out of this small, medium-sized church in Miami Beach.
Well, for me, it's really an honor to be here, and thank you for the patience. English is not my first language, but I'm actually from Argentina. We won the World Cup this last World Cup, and we're so proud of it that I'm gonna say it every time I have an opportunity to say it. So I'm from Argentina. So good thing is, yeah, my dad started with this church in Miami Beach 20 years ago. It transitioned to me and my wife 10 years ago, and actually a little less, 7 years ago. But we started doing church online around 13 or 14 years ago. If it was like hard to do church online on the American side, you cannot imagine what it means to tell to the Latin people that you're gonna do church online and you're gonna invite people to connect instead of go to the place. Of course, then COVID hit, and all the people that were criticizing us, they were now asking us questions on how to do it. Because we had 10 years of experience before getting into COVID. And that's when we started seeing a real growth, because we were not saying that we wanted to do church online is not putting a video. It was how to create a community around the experience, how to create a church. So we were saying that we were trying to create a community COVID gave us the opportunity to focus only on church online, and that gave us the opportunity to grow. That turned into, now we have 2 services of 180 in person, but online at the end of the week, between the people that connect and the people that watch it on demand, we get to 7 to 10,000 people watching just on YouTube. We have small groups that connect through Zoom, and we have around 800 people connecting around the globe to the small groups that we have through Zoom. We started opening small groups in person in all these countries, and we have in Argentina, Peru, Santiago de Chile, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Ciudad de México, Montreal, and many more. I actually, I'm gonna forget, but it's about 12 groups, in-person groups around the globe. And for the last 3 years, we've been visiting these places where there's so many people, and we've been doing pop-ups. We rent nightclubs, and we invite people to come for that night, to not only to hear us, but to do a night of meeting in between us and them, in each other. So we did the first one in Colombia. We rented a space for 100 people, and 300 people showed up, and that was the situation every place we went. We went to Ciudad de Mexico, Lima, Santiago. In Buenos Aires, actually, last time we went, we had 650 people. It was 3 blocks of people lining up outside of the place. And every time we do it, I'm actually in tears, because one thing is to see numbers on a YouTube page, but the other thing is to start actually seeing people bringing their stories on how their lives are transformed by connecting, by being part of the community. And it's beautiful, because you throw a joke on one of these in-person services, an inside joke, and people get it. People get it. People know who you're talking about. If I talk about my wife or something that people are related to, they react to it because they've been connecting. So it's beautiful to actually see these people that connect to church. So those are some of the numbers, and that's in a nutshell the story that we're living.
That's beautiful. I want to invite Jay Cranda to speak into this. Jay, as you're hearing Ezekiel's story, Casa Church Miami, like what are your thoughts here, man?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I didn't know much of the story before this, so it's kind of fun to hear a little bit more how God's been moving. It's actually what kind of my hope, a lot of church leaders, how they would think about integrating digital in the physical and kind of using it. So sometimes, this is kind of, Jeff and I have talked about this many times, but a lot of churches just kind of turn on a stream and don't really think much about it. And so I think it's, COVID did a lot to introduce a lot of church leaders to technology, but I think it also gave them an excuse not to look at it again, because they had this experience, and they maybe only focus in on negative parts of the experience and not realizing there were some really good aspects of that type of connection. And so that's where I love this idea of planting something, seeing digital as something that is part of the strategy and not separate, while also not forsaking the gathering in person. And I think we need to work that out together. So I really love hearing that execution of the strategy at a base level.
Yeah, in Jay's book, we talked about this on a stream when you released the book. Was it 4 months ago at this point? Online church is not the answer.
Or something, yeah.
Yes, somewhere around there. Online church is not the answer. It's ironic for a digital pastor to write a book that way. Just saying. Read the book. It's a page turner. But the idea of a middle-sized church, a medium-sized church, a small church, understanding how to utilize digital and leaning into that. Like when I heard it was Ezekiel, like I did a podcast with Ezekiel, I don't know, 2 years ago at this point, maybe, and where I heard this story for the first time. And dude, I'm like jumping out of my chair. I'm like, dude, we got a guy. We got a guy that's actually doing that, and it's not even just even like U.S. based church reaching U.S. based people, and some of the stuff that a lot of what we're doing, like this guy's tapping in globally, realizing who the audience group is, and tapping into groups online, growing physical locations, micro locations, doing this globally. Like it's to me, this is a I'm gonna say this, but it's the Saddleback model where Jay, like you are doing groups online. You are doing the distributed model with micro locations, and everybody's got a different flavor and spin towards this. But this is a middle sized, a small church that's understanding how to do this, and to really lean into it, man. And it got me so excited. And even Joey he had to leave, he had to go to work. But he's I really wanted him to hear this. We've been talking about Joey's Brazilian, which is Portuguese. So Joey is has a heart to really figure out how to partner and work with churches in Portugal, or to help U.S. churches try to figure out how to reach into there. So we've been networking and trying to figure out how to do that, to really start to get some multiplication ideas and discipleship and missionary work that's happening in Portugal. And Ezekiel, when I hear what you're working on, man, like that's this incredible opportunity to even start to figure out, hey, you got all these groups, 800 people in groups. You've got micro locations, physical locations starting to pop up, engaging into this. What is discipleship? How can we start equipping them not to just consume the product, not to just be in community together, consume a stream, be in community together? What does it look like to equip them and help them try to find what it is to be on mission, and mobilize them and send them out where they are not just receiving? Charlie, what did Joey say? It wasn't come and see, but it was go and do. It was something like that, where it's not just
go make disciples. And he said, go make disciples. And it wasn't say, come, come to our building to make to go to make disciples. It was to let us go out and make disciples. And it's to go where, and I asked him, I said, why digital? And he said, because that's where people are. Why the bar? Because that's where people are.
So and for us, we just had Vision Sunday on church, and it was interesting because it's the church online that is forcing us to grow in person now. And that's the tension that we're living now, because when we spoke first, we were having only one service.
Yeah.
And we had like so many more people are coming now because they're seeing our Instagram or the YouTube videos. And it's amazing to see that anyone or 80% of the people that come for the first time at church is not the first time with us. And you see it in their face. They smile at you. They're like, I know you. I know who you are. I've been listening to you. So they're part of the church online before being part of the church in person. Yeah. But now it's forcing us to actually rethink. And I was telling you that we're in that tension right now, that should we open a third service? Because we have 2 full services. But I know if we open a third service, it's a lot of work. And still, I'm not going to actually get to near the 10% of the people that we're reaching with the church online. Because if I add 180 to the number, it's not even close to the 2,000 people that watched the service after one streaming. So it's learning all those things. So what you were saying, I was explaining the Great Commission that says we should go, and that's what we're doing. We're not calling people to come to the building. We're going to where they already are.
They are. Love it.
Because actually making a bigger building, that's always the option. It's spending millions to reach thousands. And we're trying to spend thousands to reach millions. Yeah. So that's the whole vision.
It's ironic. You're the third person that said that quote on the stream. I'm curious. Where did you hear that from, Ezekiel? Do you know?
It's from. I heard in a podcast from Kerry Newhoff, in his interview with the church home people.
Yes, I was about
The
to say
executive,
that's
yeah,
yeah. Was it
beautiful.
Mark
It gave
Venti?
me
It
so
was
much
probably Mark
language.
Venti.
Mark
Mark
Venti,
Venti,
yeah.
I think, was there. Yeah. He was the first guy that that I heard say that, and so I stole the quote from him. Why the quote is why pay millions to reach thousands when we can pay thousands to reach millions, and so it's kind of flipping it around and using the scalability of digital to reach well beyond the physical reach without doing it, and so I love that approach and that. To be honest, the church home approach, Ezekiel, that actually might be a really good play for you as you're trying to figure out. I mean, you're landlocked. You probably can barely afford the building that you have in Miami Beach because Miami Beach prices and taxes are just astronomical. Like Miami's an expensive city. Miami Beach is the cream de la creme on that side, and so it's really exciting to just be at the verge of this. How do we really tap in and not just utilize? And I appreciate so much that you're asking this question. Not just utilize digital as a consume this product. I've got tens of thousands of people that are connecting with us online. We're done. We've achieved it. And I love this about Jay. That's not Jay's heart either with Saddleback. It never has been. But to move beyond just that connection level, but getting people in community, discipling them, and building a much richer level of that. Jay, do you want to maybe speak to that? What does that look like? That beyond just the connection level, beyond just consuming that service, what does that look like in Saddleback culture digitally?
Yeah, so like, one of the blessings of technology and tools like this is that it normally adds a lot of momentum. And this is why we're usually chasing new technology, new platforms, new things. And so like, for example, a lot of churches got onto like platforms like the Church Online platform when they launched because it was a really affordable way. As a church who's been streaming, they've been streaming since I was in high school in the 2003, 2004. It used to cost thousands of dollars every month in bandwidth to stream. And then when Church Online introduced rebroadcast strategies using video files and even all sorts of different things, it was a lot easier and a lot more affordable. And generally when you remove friction, you have more people on board. This happened, again, another wave when Mark Zuckerberg made streaming free on Facebook. You had another wave of activity of churches that were pretty anti it, not necessarily because they were against it. It's just too hard and they didn't want to spend any money. Well, when Facebook Live got introduced, you had another wave of people. The problem with free is you tend to not think about it. You just do it. And I think what a lot of churches now coming out of COVID have to wrestle through is, hey, what actually leads to deep engagement? And so I think that's been the conversations a lot of churches have been having. Like, we believe in streaming, we believe in digital, we believe in technology, but what actually gets people not just to watch something, but actually stick? And so for us, I think because we have the muscles, meaning we've been doing this for a long time, we know how to do streaming every week. We know how to do YouTube and all this. We spend and even staff and resource less on that now. And more, it's like, I say a lot, we spend a lot of time getting people to turn on their video and meet people in spaces versus just getting another viewer. So for example, we're doing a lot of Zoom connections on Sundays. We're launching large Zoom groups on various platforms. We're trying to meet people the same way as you might meet somebody if you show up physically. Online, meeting people is different. You either are meeting them in like a fourth space, like a Discord or a chat experience, or you meet them on a Zoom. And so, for example, a lot of the things our team does is we're trying to do micro events, I would say, on platforms like Zoom. So like this Sunday, for example, we do something called Newcomers Connection, where it's a 15-minute connect on Zoom at 11 a.m. Pacific. time, and we promote it the week before. Hey, come hang out with us. And we might only have 15 people on that. But if I get 15 people and I do that every 2 weeks, you start stacking that over a month. That's a lot of people. And so it's like, it's really trying to get away from thinking about the thousands and how do you actually get tens of people?
Yeah.
Because if you start getting tens of people, you start, and again, I think this is why it's a lot easier just to turn on a stream. You know, like for example, you even take an event like this, is it, you know, like and obviously this is like a big event, it's, you know, 12-hour stream. Is it better to do this as a big event, or is it better just to call 5 people that, you know, are millionaires? And
if you know any millionaires, I will take the number. I'm not against doing both.
I'm in
But keep
County,
going.
so you know it's a little easier for me. But I will say, like, these are the tensions of, you know, like I would always say there are people that are general consultants, and then there are the McKinseys that only work with governments. And both strategies are viable. And I think digital provides this spectrum of opportunity. You either are super high end, and I think sometimes churches like, oh, we want to reach everybody, but in reality, stop worrying about being everybody and just what platform do people in Miami use? And maybe that's going to be different than what and like, this is why I would say technology and digital, people like there's too many opportunities, and that's actually paralyzing. And then you tend to copy, like, for example, this is why my book is about online church is not the answer. I'm an online pastor. And there's probably only, you know, 15, 20 of us in the world, like really. And I don't think the normal church needs to hire an online pastor. Like that's not that's not needed. I just need pastors and church leaders thinking digitally.
Yeah.
And so it's like, don't get wrapped up. And so this is, again, when the life churches, the elevations, the flamingo churches, all these churches back in the day that launched these platforms, they didn't mean it to get a bunch of online pastors. They just wanted churches thinking digitally. And so that's kind of my joke with my book is like, don't copy what we're one of the biggest churches in the world. Of course we're going to do this thing, but that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to the church I came to faith in. And so, yeah, it's kind of that thinking that way, getting more people on video and seeing faces versus just getting people to view a stream for a couple seconds is kind of the long play.
So Jake, let me ask you.
Love that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to, because, you know, I think you're spot on, but when you're speaking to other churches who philosophical don't look at that and say, listen, church is only if you're here together in this building. That's how we're only going to consider that. That's and it's interesting because when I read the Bible and it talks about ecclesia, it talks about a gathering of people. It doesn't necessarily say, and I think it's 115 times it mentions it in the Bible, that ecclesia and describes that. It doesn't say about coming to this. It's all about wherever we are. That's where we'll be at. But how do I, as trying to help have those conversations with those churches, how do we get them to see something? And it appears to be more a U.S. issue, which is interesting because globally we are the folks are knocking on our doors and, you know, knocking them down, we publicists should say, versus not here in the United States, which is completely different.
Well, I think kind of going again on that idea that reducing friction introduces new problems. I think the friction of Christianity in the US and the luxury of having buildings has confused people thinking church in a building is church. And so I think this is actually a unique 300-year problem of Christianity thinking church only happens in a space. You know what I mean? I think the church for most of history has been decentralized and was in homes amongst, the mess. So I tend to remind, and it's hard. I personally, and even kind of the title of my book, I'm not trying to convince the Jeffs of the world and the Joeys of the world that digital church is important. I'm trying to convince everybody else.
Exactly.
And so like, that's why I actually trick them in a sense of like, of course, living only your digital life online is not the answer. Like, that's not the answer. And so what I do in there is, and then what I do is I kind of peel the onion of like, do you like one of the things I kind of point out in the book, and others have done this. I think I've heard it from a couple of theologians that the irony that how a lot of Christians say, digital church isn't church, while our primary relationship with our creator is a non-spatial relationship. So somehow we can connect with God non-spatially, but if I connect with somebody non-spatially online, it's not real community. That's a really irony of a dilemma that you have to really unpack there. I know some people might argue the Holy Spirit somehow sits in a fourth dimension, and I go, okay, whatever you want to argue. But like, I think in this case, I like to use the illustration that I believe that in-person community is the best expression of biblical community that we can have. And I do not argue that I think there's a reason why even in heaven, there's still physical and spirit. I mean, there's something there to that. And so I like to use the example very practically that, I'm married and my wife and we text and interact all day, but I still come home to her. But I do not think my texting throughout my day is somehow prohibiting or getting in the way of our relationship. I think it actually strengthens our relationship. And so like, and so in that example, I tend to encourage church leaders and volunteers and staff, like your best like I have two brothers, and we since 16 years old haven't lived under the same house. I have a text thread, and that relationship is so powerful because of this digital interaction. We text throughout the day, and actually sometimes guys tend to be better in text than in person. Yeah. And so what I like to encourage is, I know digital can introduce new problems and new questions. The same way as like digital can get in the way of my relationship with my wife. I can say the wrong thing. I can look at the wrong thing on the internet. There's all sorts of things, and I need to be aware. But let's not act like most of our relationships are better because of texting and Zoom and calls and all these things. I think the closest relationships are deeper because of this. I can stay connected. And so I like to encourage, like, don't think of it as this negative. Think of it as something we get to wield. And that's usually that's where I come from, because I'm the digital pastor. They see me as this extremist, but I usually start with, I'm on your side. But I think let's flip it. Let's see the opportunity. And that's where I'm at. There's like people who are very optimistic and more doomsday. I don't necessarily believe the world's ending in the next 10 years. I think we might have another 1,000 years. And so like, I'm very excited about the potential. We might have, just because the world's going this way doesn't mean there might not be another revival, and there's going to be another bell curve. Yeah. And so like, I think technology is one of those things that we get to ride that wave and might start another bell curve, and God's already doing. So I usually try to, that's my angle of trying to turn it as a positive, because there are some things you got to wrestle through. It's easier for people not to come to church. Yeah. And so now what does that mean? And I think digital and streaming and all these things have flipped the proposition. A lot of churches in the US, at least a lot of the mega churches the last 30 years, have leaned into sermon titles and relevant branding to why people might show up, or at least hook new people. I think now it's community. People don't show, if people aren't showing up for that message title. They're showing up because they're lonely and they want to meet somebody. So that I think it actually means if people are just staying online and not showing up in person to a church that's nearby, for example, you got to, maybe if they can get everything online then in person, you have to reevaluate what are you doing in person? Yeah. And so, and those are things that we as a church are wrestling through, and we are leaning into.
The challenge to get people to come to the building. Well, if everybody's watching online and they can't get that in physical space, they're staying at home on the couch. I mean, that's really a chance for you to look at what you're doing in the physical environments, and how can we create more of that community physically, because evidently people aren't getting that idea. I mean, ads, and I know, Jay, you're an incredible what you're doing marketing, and you're one of the leaders in the church space. Like, people don't really understand to the level of what you're doing, even at the global level, towards that. But the ads and the sermons and the metadata, like that's a great way to connect But if all you're doing is connecting with that content and not going down the community, I mean, you're missing so much opportunity with that. Well, Jay, I know we're going long with you, and so I appreciate the time with this. And we've got somebody else that's in the waiting room. I'm excited about this next piece. Hey, and just Jay and Ezekiel, I want to ask both you guys this question. So with we ask everybody on the show 2 questions here as we're wrapping up. Jay, I'll let you go first, and you can take off because I know you got to go. Number 1, can missions happen digitally? Can missions happen digitally? Jay, your take.
I mean, I believe, yeah. I think some of the coolest things around missionary work are happening in digital spaces. I'm working with some ministries right now. I was actually up last night talking to some ministries doing work in Turkey and in Pakistan. And there are people in those countries creating digital ads, starting faith conversations. I mean, I heard a stat that the one ministry in Turkey told me that there were only 10,000 Christians in all of Turkey, which I was like, I don't know if that's true or not, but they were saying how many Muslims, and we're talking about how they're creating these Instagram, Facebook ads to start conversations.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe in both the physical and the digital, but there's some really cutting edge things and starting conversations that people might have in a WhatsApp conversation versus they might not have it in person. So I think it's definitely possible.
Definitely. Love it. And number 2, can the church exist digitally?
Yeah, I believe an expression of the church can exist digitally. Yes.
Awesome. Hey, Jay, I'm going to let you go. Feel free to exit stage left. Thank you so much for being around. Hey, tell my friend David Benware I said hello. I just saw a donation come in from David. Love
cool.
our MII friends over there. But tell him I said hey, and we'll talk later. Thank you, sir. And so let me come over to you, Ezekiel, asking the same 2 questions. Number 1, can missions exist digitally?
Well, I have to answer that they're already happening. It's already happening. I mean, for me, it's a question that the answer is already in the past. It's already happening. We're seeing people connecting all over the world. I just went to Spain in January as a vacation, and I put an Instagram post saying, "Hey, I'm here. If you guys want to meet at a cafe, we'll meet." It was, and I gave 24 hours of time, and 15 people showed up. People that actually connect to the church, that they're part of our community, and they start creating. So it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's already happening. And I'm talking Spain because it's one of the hardest. Europe is one of the hardest places right now. So we can go back to those places where it started and bring the gospel back through the online.
Beautiful. I love that. Number 2, oh my gosh, we can talk. We are going to get together very soon and dig into this. I'm looking forward to more conversation. Number 2, can the church exist in digital space?
Same answer. It's already happening.
It's already happening. I love it.
It's already happening. It's already happening.
Awesome.
Already
By the way,
happening.
that's been the typical answer. It's usually
I
followed
do
with laughter.
believe.
No, what's ironic is the people are asking are already doing it, and it's almost like, why do I have to justify stuff that I've been doing since 2016? and so I love this. Ezekiel, I'm going to let you go as well, my friend.
Thank you.
And we're gonna move on. Charlie, do you have time to stick around for one more conversation?
I do. While you're getting the next speaker on, I just want to remind everybody, if I can, that today, right now, it's Giving Tuesday. And as we're wrapping up, we're still short of our goal that we're trying to really shoot for as we're going through today. And it's just a reminder that this is an opportunity to partner with us through this. We're seeking our assistance to continue to be able to move forward, to continue to accomplish the things that we're already doing, but we really need help to be able to get that done. And what we're asking for is, we're not asking the 500 or 1,000 or 20 things, $10,000, although that would be great. We're just seeking folks to be able to consider just a couple cups of Starbucks coffee, a month, giving it on a recurring basis to be able to help us continue. the last guest said it takes, we're trying to do with thousands what we can accomplish with millions, and that's because we're in the digital space. So now's the time, as we're getting close to wrapping up the amazing 12 hours stream that Jeff you have done. Just as we're getting, just to remind everybody that right now is the perfect time to go online to thechurch.digital /give and donate.
Awesome. Love that. We're at 7,500 right now. It's literally 11 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Pastor Susie, I'm landing the plane with you today, and we can go another 12 hours. We're going to be great. 12 hours to Pastor Susie is nothing. I'm like showing my age. I'm falling apart, and Pastor Susie's like 12 hours. Hold my beer,
Hey,
man.
nothing,
Come
brother.
on. But no, looking forward to this conversation. Charlie, setting the stage for you here, Pastor Susie. So I'm trying to figure this out. Talking about people that have done digital church the longest, and so Angela Craig started Pursuit Church Live in 2016, Facebook Church. DJ Soto was 2016 as well with VR Church, VR MMO Church. Daniel Herron started Robloxian Christians back in 2014. When did you actually start God Squad? Where are you? Are you the grandfather? Are you like a fun uncle? Like how long you been doing God
So
Squad, now XP Church?
I'm somewhere in there. I started my personal stream broadcast in 2014, but the church didn't launch until March 2016. So I'm
Okay.
somewhere trickled. Seems like there was a few that happened in 2016.
Yeah, I don't know what was happening culturally, but evidently the pendulum shifted. I
That was the year, man.
Yeah, 2016, I was banging my head against the wall, trying to cast vision for some organizations to see what some of what you're doing. But you've been a pioneer in this space, doing it differently. Charlie, XP Church, now at the time God Squad, is a video. A video gamer church. I guess is that. I tell you what,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
even some things we haven't even talked since the XP shift. Maybe Susie, set up here a little bit here, what you're doing with the XP church, like what the vision and the heart behind it is.
Absolutely. So really, it kind of goes back 10 years ago when I first started my broadcast. So for those that aren't familiar with a website called twitch.tv, it means you're probably not watching on Twitch right now. You're probably on another platform. But twitch.tv, for the most part, is a video game platform. Sure, you can live stream really anything, but it's majorly a video game platform. And so 10 years ago, when I stumbled on it, I just started streaming and telling people about Jesus while I'd play video games. And really the whole reason we started our church was back then we were evangelizing to so many people and wanted them to take a next step in their faith and getting them plugged into a local church. And these were gamers. It's very popular in the gaming community for people to be atheist, have a negative experience with church, never been to church, or have no intentions of ever going into a physical church. And I would encourage people like, hey, if you just gave your life to follow Christ, go to church. And unfortunately, we were having more horror stories than testimonies. We were having more stories of people walking in with a video game shirt with a dragon on it, whatever. And unfortunately, literally being told to change their clothes before they would be allowed to return. And so it just reached a point where it's acknowledged like there's such a problem here. Gamers can't find a place to go to church. So really, like the reason we launched our church was really just to be a solution to that problem. Like if gamers can't find a place to go to church, I will start one for them. And so it wasn't even really the mission when I started streaming, but it just became such a heavy need that we just decided we had to make a fully digital expression specifically targeting gamers, because obviously there's so many benefits of online church, and you guys have been hearing about it for 12 hours, but especially for gamers, because for us, like the online world isn't a part of what we do. It's like all of what we do. It's like our whole lives. It's how we socialize. It's how we get our hobby. So gamers are just living their life online, even outside of social media. So having a church specifically targeted towards gamers with a population of 3 billion people for us was just absolutely a need and absolutely a no-brainer. And seeing as though no one else was doing it, we just were the crazy ones were like, well, I guess we will.
The opportunity is there. Jump all over it. And it's unfortunate. Like we can have an entire conversation centered around, man, 2016, 2015, like the church was missing this opportunity. You in your best intent were trying to send people to the physical church buildings, and there's just a vision to connect with that culture where they were, and instead trying to force them, into a different mold. It doesn't work. You did something different to reach someone different. You launched God Squad, which is now XP Church. I don't even know this. I'm about to ask a question. Usually asking questions like I know the answer. I've already heard. I actually haven't heard. Why did you launch XP? Why did you shift? What is there any differences, nuances? Like talk to me a little bit about the vision behind now XP Church.
Absolutely. So for those that don't know the context, when we started our church 2016, it was called God Squad Church. And obviously we had put some thought and some intentionality behind what that name was. But then really the journey to changing it now to XP Church started actually a little bit over 3 years ago. Funny enough, I know we had just Jay from Saddleback Church. And forgive me, I forget the actual individuals' names, but it was someone who worked in their missions department from Saddleback Church. They had attended one of Exponential, their event that they did in Tennessee. I went there to be a speaker, had a God Squad Church booth, and this individual just stood behind the booth looking at the God Squad logo for probably about 20 minutes while I was speaking with other individuals. And when I was done talking with everyone, I walked up to him and he just asked me a question that just shook me to my core. And his question was simply this: does the name of your church speak the language of the people you're trying to reach? And I just had to humbly look at him and say, no. It was a name that we had come up with, and God Squad, it was commonly used, like somewhat commonly used, and we wanted to, connect God and his squad, and, Jesus loves people, and his whole theological gymnastics to come up with a clear name, with a clever name. But, as I've just studied things like marketing and wrestling with that question, I've just learned that clear is better than clever. Mm-hmm. And so having a word like XP, for a lot of you watching maybe not understand, but XP is short in the gamer world for experience. You do not need to explain what XP means to a single gamer on the entire planet. They just instantly know what it is. It is their language. It instantly connects with them and communicates, this is a place for me. This is a place where I can belong. We're not just a bunch of random pastors who thought, hey, we should tell gamers about Jesus. Like, XP Church is a church by gamers for gamers. And having the name of our church really kind of communicate that with like everything that we're doing, like making it really speak the language of the people we're trying to reach, I thought was important. And then obviously there's so many play on words you could do with that, as a church, we're helping gamers gain XP to level up in their faith. We want people to gain experience. We want people to experience God. And so we just really felt like the name XP just spoke the language so much better than God Squad Church. So we just full blown changed everything. And that has kind of been the new focus this year, that rebrand, is how can we make everything communicate? And we think this name does a much better job.
Yeah, I tell you what, I know the individual out of Saddleback. If you DM me,
okay,
I'll connect you to. He would love to hear that feedback from you.
Really?
And that, yes, yeah, he would. I know him moderately well. We've got a lot of mutual friends, and I know his involvement with that. I was at that conference with you. I think I was the reason. You
I remember.
Yeah. And so it's like he would be really encouraged to hear that.
That would be great, because I'd like to say thank you.
DM me like that. That is,
okay.
I didn't know that was the motivation, and hearing that, like, that just excites me. So 2014 you started digital ministry. Did that for a couple of years, launched the church. How has receptiveness gone? Are people, like, I'm seeing more, Nerd Culture Ministry Summit. I'm seeing other digital missionaries kind of coming in. I'm seeing some organization structurally within the subculture of gaming centered around, some digital. We've been doing some work in that space. Others, Mark, Lux Digital Church, Bubba, the Nerd Culture guys. I can talk to those guys all day long. Like, are you seeing headway where there's more understanding and acceptedness? Is it more dark? The mission field is huge and the workers are few. Like, what is the opportunities that you're seeing now, where we are in 24, 25 versus when you got started?
Sure. So the receptiveness, I definitely think, has been on a journey that I do think is headed in a positive direction. So long story short, when I first started almost a decade ago, actually, cool thing, next week, December 9th, I will celebrate an entire decade. So praise God for that. But when I
Wow.
started back then, yeah, I did the typical, missionary route, travel to churches, try to get, meetings with pastors and get missionary support. And I'll be honest, especially in New England, I grew up in the Northeast. It was very unsuccessful. Yeah. The receptiveness was just not there. You get a lot of the, quoting the Apostle Paul, when I became a man, I put childish things behind me. And especially because it wasn't just online, but it was video game based. So that was like, I was really I was really that weird guy that people didn't want to associate with. And so honestly, really hadn't made much headway. You've probably heard this until COVID. COVID was the time where all the people who told me I was an idiot were then asking for my help in 2020 on how to start theirs. And graciously, we did. We were able to help actually a lot of churches figure out live streaming things and stuff like that. And I do think that as we've, gone a little bit more post COVID, I do think receptivity is still on its way up. Like, I think we're being little by little making more progress, being accepted by the capital C global church. However, I could be wrong about my assessment, but I really think we're not going to probably make major headway in terms of the global church accepting what we do until we see the next generational shift in top end leadership. Yeah. I think when we see a bit of the millennial generation step into that world of being the decision makers, being the chairmen of the boards of churches, I think they are going to be the ones who are going to start really fighting for this idea of online ministry, nerd ministry, gaming ministry. Funny enough, I literally just got a speaking engagement I just booked in February for that exact same story for a pastor on staff who is next in line in the next 10 years to be lead pastor. And he is already inviting me to start bridging that gap. He's like, by the time I take over, I don't want to start the journey then. I want to start it now. Yeah. So that when I take over, the church is ready to just fully embrace the digital world. And so I think receptivity is up, but I definitely think we have a lot of headway to make for sure. That's why I'm so glad things like this exist, because little by little we're making progress.
Yeah, I love that. At a cultural level with individuals. Now, I'm pastors. It's a whole other conversation. Let's talk about Joe Blow gamer. The average gamer is a hardcore gamer. Somebody told me, maybe it was Mark, 34-year-old male, 37-year-old male. Like, are they hardcore? I don't. What I was doing at 37 wasn't games. Like, I didn't have time. I was kind of a workaholic. But are the culturally within the subculture gamer world that far better than I do, are people receptive to the idea of Christ as you're having these conversations, as you're engaging in those communities? Maybe talk to me a little bit about that process for you, about what it means to be a video game church, an XP church, sure, in a gamer subculture.
Absolutely. Yeah. So average age of a hardcore gamer around 33 to 34. What surprises a lot of people is that the gaming community is actually about 52% men, 48% women. It's almost half and half. Yeah, it's almost half and half. You just hear a lot more about the men because even in today's world, unfortunately, a lot of women can still really be harassed and made fun of online. Yeah. So it's just easier for them to just hide behind the anonymity of their screen name and just not acknowledge anything. But to your question of like, are gamers being receptive to Christ? It definitely is it's a difficult journey. There are really kind of two major rules in the online gaming space. Don't talk about politics. Don't talk about religion. No matter where you go in gaming, those are like the two. Everybody knows those two rules. Don't break them. Live streams, forums, Reddit posts. It's just the unspoken rules. Actually, in a lot of places, they actually are spoken. If I were to take you through, some of the biggest Twitch streamers in the world, they would all have that written in their rules of code of conduct, whatever it might be. So it's definitely difficult. However, what I have found as a pro is because of what we do by live streaming in these gaming platforms, hanging out in Discords, I mean, we really are just creating it such an easy and accessible place for what I would call the spiritually curious. I don't think has there ever been a time where it's so easy for those that are literally laying in bed at night and a thought just pops into their mind about, hey man, is eternity actually real? Like, is there more to life than this? I don't think it's ever been easier for people to try to find and answer that question than when digital churches are going right to where the people are. So it definitely is an anti-God type community.
Yeah.
But I think we really are able to make a big difference because there's a lot of people who are, they're really almost in a positive way caught off guard that like, wow, the church is coming to where we're at. They're not just coming on here and like telling us that we're all bad people and need to change our ways. Like they're loving us, they're serving us, they're providing value to us. And I think that is just really like toiling the ground for a lot of people, but it definitely is met with a lot of resistance at first, for sure.
But wouldn't that be normal of anything else that's going on right now through that in any other environment of that? So really, it's all about community and building their relationship. And once you have that relationship, and then have the opportunity to be able to share and to be available
Absolutely.
when that moment comes.
So good. It's empowering people like what we're talking about here with Susie to do something different, to reach these people where they are. You know, it's interesting. We talk about, but before you had Joey Santos, church at a bar. He walked away from a physical church job to go work at a bar, to go be pastor at the bar. And you know, he did it because he's like, the church is reaching the church people, but the church isn't going to reach bar people. I got to go be in the bar culture to reach bar people. And to be honest, Susie, what you're doing and other gamers, we had Pastor Coco on, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 hours ago. You know, not I love her, so great, her heart for that. But it's doing that something different to reach someone different. I cut you off. Go ahead, Susie.
No,
Are you going to say something? No, I thought you were.
No.
I
was just cheering Pastor Coco.
Oh yeah, Pastor Coco. That's beautiful. But you know what's interesting? Like I told her, you know, she's in Final Fantasy. I Googled. There was a stat at some point, and this was back when I wrote the virtual reality church book, where it was like, it's Daniel Herron's texting me right now. How old am I? I'm 47 years old. Let's do that. By the way, fact check. Daniel Herron fact checked me. He launched Robloxian Christians in 2011. I think he was like 10 years old when he launched it. But dude was doing the Robloxian Christians in 2011. So, you know, talk about forward facing, dude. That guy, hats off, sir. Where I'm going, that way off topic. But I mean, this really gets down to this. Daniel Herron, great example. Let me use Daniel. Daniel was doing that. He had this great idea. Let me just. Did Daniel really understand discipleship? Did Daniel really understand anything? No, dude was 11. And the people that were around him, you know, whatever. He saw his grandfather was a Presbyterian pastor, so he built Robloxian Christians to look like a Presbyterian church, and he operated as best he could to that. There wasn't an ecosystem of support centered around that, you know. And so, you know, years later, I stumble across him. We start having conversations. At first, I'm blown away that Daniel's, you know, doing what he's doing, and you know, I'll never forget the day when I have this conversation with Daniel, and he's like, Jeff, I'm thinking about shutting down Robloxian Christians. And I'm like, Daniel, you've reached 75,000 people through Robloxian Christians, you know, over the lifespan of this thing. Why are you shutting it down? And he's like, Jeff, I'm 22 years old. I can no longer like do it. It's kind of weird for a 22-year-old guy to be hanging out with like middle school kids. And so I got to let it go. And it's like, dude, I will. And I was so funny. I'm like, I will come. I'll coach your team. I'll do whatever. I will be like the chaperone. I don't care. But we got to figure out how to multiply you into other people to do this. And the system had grown so complex working with Daniel that it was very difficult. And eventually we had to shut it down because it could not live on beyond him. And so, but it's like, man, if we could figure out how to equip, how to train, how to multiply, how to mobilize, parallel that to Pastor Coco, the stuff that she's doing in Final Fantasy, like, you know, millions of people, 7-digit figures of people are active in Final Fantasy each month, and she's a literal missionary doing church in this space. I don't know how many other people are in Final Fantasy, but it's not that many. Let's draw a physical parallel. Millions of people live in New York City. There are 2 missionaries that exist in the entirety of New York City. Their names are Pastor Coco and Alina. That doesn't make much sense. Hey, you know what? We
No.
should probably send those people some help. How do we do that? What does it look like? How can we help multiply this? How can we train this? How can we help them start to train and equip some others to do this? This is the challenge of where we are, where we've got people like Susie who's doing what Susie's doing, who's got what Coco's doing, who's got what Daniel Heron was doing, and the others that are following in Minecraft and Robloxian towards that. But they're aging out. Some of the struggles and challenges are incredible. Susie, what are your 2 or 3 challenges that you're facing? Your biggest obstacles?
Biggest obstacles are honestly kind of what you just touched on, which has been a big thing the Lord's been putting on my heart. But I'll start with this one. I know it was one that Jay from Saddleback mentioned as well. Just honestly, the concept of capacity, especially when it comes to the amount of people that we can reach versus the amount of people that we can effectively disciple.
Yeah.
It has never been easier, especially with the idea of content. It's never been easier to get 50,000 views on a video and have 50,000 people find out about your church. It's never been easier. And the truth is, you can have 50,000 people stumble into your content, but are you effectively building a relationship with all those people? And the difficulty about what we're doing, especially in the gaming space, is, for example, I just put out a video of me the other day sitting at my table playing Magic the Gathering with some friends, set up a camera, just literally recorded me doing it for 1 minute, put a trending song audio on it, put an interesting caption, boom, 6,000 views. And then at the end of it, it's like, hey, if you're interested in checking out, boom, 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 come. And then all these gamers are like, I actually am interested in checking that out. Now 6,000 people have just been invited to be a part of our community. We can't serve those 6,000 people, right?
Yeah.
But like when you really figure out the formula of like identifying problems that the people you're reaching have, adding valuable solutions, the people will want to be a part. And then you just run into a capacity problem. Of like, we can solve some of these people's problems. We just can't solve them all. And the rate at which people are even able to get saved, even if you had a super high conversion rate, the rate at which you're able to develop other disciples to then disciple them, you're able to reach people much quicker than you're able to effectively disciple someone along the journey to then delegate them to. And so you just run into a very large capacity problem, which is why I'm a firm believer, like some people are like, oh, we don't need multiple online churches because they can all fit in one. No, we need multiple because we all need to be reproducing more disciples so that together we can increase the army that's going out and reaching the world for Jesus. So capacity is definitely one of those. And then it goes with the second problem that really I identify now, especially look because I'm going in a year 11, completing 10 years. So I'm very much in if I could go back and start all over, what would I do? I'm very much in that, middle age, like looking back on my life kind of thing. And one of those things, like you mentioned, Jeff, is equipping leaders and really asking myself the question, what does it look like even for me in the next seasons of my life to focus less on me creating content that goes out and reaches thousands of people, but then really shifting my focus to then training, equipping, and discipling and reproducing other people that will go out and do that tenfold and maybe I never could. So instead of me reaching 10,000 people, can I equip 10 people who will then go reach 100,000 people? Yeah. And that is kind of honestly where I really feel the Lord's kind of leading my heart in this next season. Not saying that I would give up what I'm doing or no longer make content, but that part of my content will probably shift towards really the coaching, the developing, the equipping. Because the reality is, after 10 years, having learned everything I've learned, which I'm really humbled by, if I keep it to myself, then I become the lid. I become the capacity of, we can't go to where we want to go because there's information that only this individual has and he's hoarded to himself rather than spread it to the world so we can accomplish the mission. And so that's kind of where my heart and my mind is kind of shifting. Because you're right, Jeff, if we don't, for example, I don't want to run into a Robloxian Christians type scenario where whatever season of my life happens, now everything I've built is going to shut down, but creating sustainability to long live beyond me is really my goal. And, I'm still young, I'm 33, but really the next generation and creating a legacy beyond me is really where my mind is beginning to shift.
You're 33?
Yeah.
Wow. I would have pegged you much older. That's not a slam. That's
Is
not
it
a
the hairline
ridicule.
or okay?
Maybe it's the hairline. I
Welcome,
would have.
welcome to the Church Digital
Yeah,
streaming that we get the opportunity to have Jeff tell you,
yeah.
hey, you
You
look
look like an old
you
man,
look
man.
like an old man.
Listen, all I'm saying is 33 was the last year of Christ's life before he died. So you better make this one count. No, nothing
Absolutely.
implied there. So very, very cool. No, listen, it's interesting. We've had, so let's take Pastor Coco. So and I want to follow up with you on this afterwards. But Pastor Coco, she had capacity limitations. Workers are few, the mission field's plenty. We need help. You're saying that in your context. There's other issues, but those two and it's interesting. At some level, even what Ezekiel Fattori, who was on here earlier, this is a small, medium-sized church pastor in Miami Beach who's now experiencing 10,000 online viewers and trying to figure out how to disciple. That's some of the challenges that he's running into as well. What's the difference in all these? Small resources without a lot of, honestly, physical manpower. Who's
Yeah,
doing
that's a
this
huge one.
well? Who's doing this well? Jay Cranda from Saddleback Church. Not, and yes, Jay's incredible, but what Jay also has access to is Saddleback people and the ability to cast vision to Saddleback people to buy into it. Yes, Jay's vision and the vision of Saddleback, what they're doing digital online is phenomenal. And I don't want to downplay like his ability to pastor and shepherd and lead well in that space. But Jay's also has, Rick Warren feeding into the Saddleback, global network and the opportunity to give those people an opportunity to be on mission. If I were to look at you, and it's funny, I had this conversation the last time I was talking with a bunch of gamers. But man, I want to come alongside a physical church that's got a bunch of people that are on spiritual milk, and dang it, by now they should be eating solid food, and
Yeah.
challenging them. Hey, your mission field is XP Church. Like if pastor at a physical church, if you can't find a way for somebody to serve other than serving coffee or helping with the parking team, go hang out. Oh, get them to go hang out in gamer community and be the light of Christ where there's darkness. Yeah, okay, maybe serving coffee is important and parking ministry. And Lord knows, Charlie and I came from a production department, and the physical building has a purpose. But
Absolutely.
maybe there's some people that have a calling, a desire, and a need, an opportunity. They may not even understand it because this has been so ridiculed in the gamer community in physical space. But to start to activate and mobilize people, like that's what I want to figure out, bro. Is how, bro? Look at me. You're 33. That's not insulting. Like I want to help people figure out how and mobilize them to come alongside you and the Pastor Cocos and the others that are out there. Charlie, I've been talking for 12 hours plus. This is the overtime here with the Church Digital 12-hour live stream. What are you thinking as you're listening to this, Charlie?
So, serving on the board and having the opportunity to be able to look to see how do we ensure that this goes on, and how do we continue to make sure that we're there to support you, so and support others also good. It's interesting you said that you go back and you say to what's your biggest challenges, and that's equipping others to be able to go out and go beyond missions. That is exactly what we're all about here at the Church Digital, is really setting up the content and getting people ready to be able to go on mission. And it's not the pastors. It's the people like me. It's the people it's the volunteers. It's the folks that have a heart to serve, but don't really know how. And I was thinking about something you said, that so much is when you first started, and bless you that you continued on with that, with the struggles that there was, and there was some ups and downs you learned as you went along. But how about if somebody would have been there to help you, equip you through to that, to have been experienced, that's gone to say, hey, here, let me help you down this path, what the difference is. And that's where the Church.digital is at right today. We've changed our focus. We've changed quite a bit of where we're gone. We're moved to equipping others to be able to go out on mission. And so, but it's interesting. One of the things that you did not say, and so I always have the opportunity to be able to share this with others is that part of the capacity also too is the funding to be able to help others to be able to do that. And it's at Saddleback, he said, well, what's easier, to make a call 5 people that are millionaires and be able to have it done, or to have, to do some things, and have volunteers to be able to go to those things. And we joked about, you have 5 of those that we can call ourselves. Today we were looking at raising $20,000, and we're ending up today with about $7,600. Now, $7,600 is going to keep us going for probably about 2 or 3 months through that. But after those 2 or 3 months, it's going to be hard to go through this. So I ask, as we were wrapping up today, and I know that we're at time, and Jeff, thank you again for doing this. But we are also, as a board, realize, just like you and just like some of the other folks, it's not all about Jeff. We're trying to make sure that we're equipping people to be able to continue to serve, to go when Jeff is not able to do that, and it has to be who's going to be next up. So we look at football games, and we look at the quarterback and say, okay, who's next? Who's up? Who's up next? We need to make sure that this movement and what we have going on is we're ready for who's next to lead us and continue to go through those things. Now, we couldn't do that today without Jeff, to be very, let me just be very, 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 very clear. But we as a board, one of the questions is, what's our responsibility? Our responsibility is for the accountability to make sure that the movement continues forward. And so with that, as we're starting to wrap up, thank you for being with us today. Thank you, Jeff, for your amazing work that you do each and every day through that. For your family who sacrifices every day to be able to continue to be able to do what you do through that, whether it be early mornings, late nights, and on weekends throughout. But I'm going to just end up with this. Is okay, Jeff, to ask everyone to now really consider to be partnering with us, to consider what's the value of us reaching lost souls out there. What's that value, and what does that mean? That means coming side by side with us. Some of us are not going to be able to have the time to volunteer to be able to do it, and that may not be our calling. But we do have ability to be able to join in and partner by helping support us and helping support us sending missionaries out into probably the most darkest of places. It's interesting, we were talking the other day about, it's interesting how they call the internet the dark web. Mm. And yet, aren't we called to be the light? So why shouldn't we be the light in the dark? And the way we do that is by sending missionaries to be that light out there, equipping the missionaries to go out and do that. Now, in order to do that, we need support, and we need the financial support to do that. So I would hope that as we're wrapping up through this today, we're still the theChurch.digital/give page will still continue to be available. And so please, as Giving Tuesday comes to an end, still be there to be able to consider to be part of our journey and to be our partner with us.
Yeah,
Jeff, thank you again. I don't know if you have any closing comments on that.
No, I do. Thank you, Charlie, for that. I appreciate that. Heartfelt, man. I love Charlie. Charlie, I wanted to interview you in this, and with all the tech checks and everything, it's been such a mashup here at the end. We'll do a stream or a podcast here at some point to dig into that. Let me transition back. Susie, man, thanks for coming on. I want to get you and Coco together. And I want to really get into that. So I'll DM you separately, and I want to get you connected to the Saddleback guy. Remind me. I'll be
Oh yeah, I'll DM him right
unconscious.
when this is over. Yep.
Yeah. Do that. Thank you, my friend, and we'll talk soon. And actually, Susie, we're gonna wrap up with you. Keep Charlie on after hours. I want to. I'm kidding. No, it's great. But thanks, friend. I'm gonna let go of you. Thanks, Susie. See you
Sounds
later.
good. Thanks so much, everyone. God bless.
Yeah, I do. I was, and so Charlie, like, I want to just tell the story, but I appreciate landing the plane. So 7,600. So I just refreshed 7,640 in there, and excited about like that. That's phenomenal. The goal of 20,000, whatever. It's not
Which
about
was
that. By the way,
it
it
was
was. I've already had people like emailing me and DMing me, hey, I wanna mail a check. Hey, I wanna give tomorrow. One guy's like, hey, my organization, my funding organization needs your EIN number. Like, and so the numbers are gonna shift. That's great. It's not about the 20,000.
it's
I'm
not.
gonna.
It's
I
not.
want. I
It's
want to. I
about
want to.
it,
Go ahead. Say it.
it's about getting partners. It's about getting people to come side by side. That's what's
Yeah.
important. It's about equipping, about helping us equip others. It's not about a number. It's not about a goal. It's not about hitting a number and say, okay, we hit that. It is about getting folks to partner with us for the long term. This is not something we're gonna win this battle overnight. This is a
Yeah.
this is a long term battle that we've got going through, and so we need folks who are going to be side by side with us on the long way, on the long
Yeah.
term.
I want to say this right now, and as a pastor, I'm thinking I would normally advise pastors not to do what I'm about to do, but I really just want to do this in this moment, and so I may tear up a little bit as I'm about to say this. And this may be the fact that I was up till 2 o'clock in the morning, woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I've done nothing but talk into a camera for 12 hours and 20 minutes and still counting. The most excited thing that has happened to me over the span of 35 plus interviews, 12 hours of conversation, the donations, everything, four figures, all the way down. The thing that has brought me the most joy through this entire stream is my friend Daniel Herron, who I've referenced multiple times in this, has pledged 50 in his giving $15 a month to the Church Digital. And so, I mean, this is a 20-something-year-old kid, whatever. He's a kid. He's 20-something. He's trying to figure it out. Last I heard, he's up in Seattle. Like, we keep in touch periodically. But this was a kid that we were his support system when he did not have a support system, and we, the Church Digital, were able to do that and help him do it. And I'm not saying anything I wouldn't say in front of him. He's literally blowing me up on text saying, Jeff, log into your Facebook group and approve the post that I did. And so I log into the Facebook group, and he's making a pledge. He's not making a pledge. He's challenging other people in the Facebook group to make a pledge to the Church Digital on Giving Tuesday. Y'all, and Charlie's like wigging out. This is what's owning. This is the idea that it's bigger than me. You've heard me say, I never wanted the Church Digital to be jeffreed.com. There were people when I walked away from the physical church and launched and bought the domain name, the Church Digital, and rolled out, this is what I'm doing. There were multiple people, very influential in the church space, telling me that was the worst idea ever. And that I should maximize my name and my influence and make it about me. And right now, and please, if you look at me in my face over the past 12 hours and think any of this is about me, you're insane. And you and I need to have a conversation, because none of this has been about me. Having 30 conversations with people all
Yeah.
across the globe and
Yeah.
continents that most of them I've never met in physical space, talking about their ministry and about how we helped them do that. This is not about me. Seeing a 20-something-year-old kid give $15 a month to help the vision of this so that we can help the next generation of Daniel Herons coming along. that brought me much joy. And so the challenge that I want to invite you into this, whether it's Giving Tuesday or not, whether it's $10, $5, $2, if you want to, I don't know what the umpteenth thing of Bitcoin is, if you're a blockchain crypto person, whatever. If you live in a country where it's like, hey, I can give this and it's the equivalent of 3 cents, I will take that even if we lose money on the credit card transaction. I don't know actually what the limitation is in the software, but if I can turn that off and accept that 3 cents monthly and lose a quarter monthly, I'll do that, because I love the idea of people owning the vision of this thing. Because if Susie kept what he was doing as Susie and not XP Church, it's a leash, it's a lid, it's a limiter. It stops it, it prevents it. If we kept this saying jeffreed.com, jeffreed.com's not going to get global influence. We gotta get owners. And so I want to ask you, whatever the amount today, tomorrow, whenever, be an owner. Take EDM. Get into our communities. Engage, dialogue with people there. Give something to support this thing. Own the mission of this, and watch what God's going to do through the relationships that you're having in doing physical and digital. There was a guy. I don't actually know who this person is. Yes, I do. I can put a name on it. I'm not going to. There was a guy in our WhatsApp community who said just recently in WhatsApp, somebody was sharing about something that was happening in Pakistan or Nepal or some global country, and my man was in WhatsApp, and he was encouraging this pastor who was sharing on a different continent, and he said the words in WhatsApp: "Know that your church digital family is praying for you. Know that your church digital family is praying for you." I had no idea who the guy was until a month ago. I'm not even sure where he came from. He felt good enough about this. He owned it to the level of telling another pastor on another continent, your family's praying for you. You are the family. And by the way, that means he's part of the family with that. Come be a part of the family, what we're doing. Own this, even at a financial level. Charlie, man, I almost feel like I want to go another hour. Just say I did 13. I'm not. I'm not. I'm gonna land the plane. I got to hug my kids. I got Chick-fil-A.
I've been listening. I've been listening to you all day, my friend.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's been fun seeing you on. I'll give you last words. We're landing the plane. You know, you've heard me do the podcast and stream. We're landing the plane here, Charlie. Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, in that, Jeff, you said it. We're looking for partners. We're looking for people that's going to come side by side with us. It is the time now to, as we go through this, to be I carry, and I have it before me, a little box that I received a long time ago. And Jeff, you and I have been together for so many things together through this. And we've been through stuff where we go and been in physical churches where there's the community. You can come into a church and just go out the back door. Nobody really even knows that you were there through this. Today, we're not counting the number of folks that logged into our site. We're not logging to how many people viewed a post that we did. We're counting the amount of lives that we change, the communities that we build, that will be a lasting effect. Join us as we continue to be the light in the darkness of what's out there. Join with us today, tomorrow, forever, to continue to be the light. It is truly, truly all about Jesus.
Beautiful. Awesome. Well, for Charlie and the 40-some, 35-some people I've talked to over the past 12 hours. This is Jeff Reed, founder of the Church Digital. Thanks for jumping here on this 12-hour live stream. And
12
if you
plus.
have a meeting, 12 plus, and if you have a meeting with me at 9 o'clock Eastern, I will be there. So you be there too. And we're going to go. But we're going to land the plane. For Jeff, I'm Jeff, Charlie, everybody else.